Unmute. Thank you. Alright. Ready? So they haven't started the meeting yet.
Hello, everyone. I am actually going to log into the Zoom call so I can see people on that as well. Okay. And open. All right, I'm calling this meeting to order for Monday, March 15th, 2021. I put on Facebook over the weekend that I was kind of excited about today's meeting because there are a couple of things at the very beginning that are kind of ceremonial and meaningful. We have with us in attendance is Julia online. There she is. Hi, Julia. And I have a proclamation that I want to read for the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And I kind of struggled with what order we should do this. But I think I'm going to do the proclamation first, because I have a feeling Julia is going to end this piece on a high note. So Julia, do you mind waiting for a sec?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So for those at home, we get lots of proclamation requests, and we try to accommodate them, especially if they are very impactful to the whole community. And we have a group within the city that wants to come to chambers and accept that proclamation. But this one in particular was not a request of any individual from our community. This one is solely driven by your city council. I sent out an email saying, should we do this? And of course, everyone was in agreement. It's sort of related to COVID, I would say. In many ways, racism has become a lightning rod for some of the frustrations that people are feeling. And council, I probably should have given you a bit of a heads up, but if any one of you want to jump in and say a few comments after I read the proclamation, absolutely be welcome to. But I do believe that St. Albert does strive to be a fair and inclusive community. And Ray might have some comments about how it affects his life. I'd like to believe that we are immune to it, but unfortunately we're not. This is really a problem everywhere in our world. I also think that it's a learned behavior. We're not born with racism tendencies, and I think because it's learned, it can be unlearned. So March 21st is the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And I really believe it's an opportunity for us to take a moment and reflect, to learn about our neighbors, to educate ourselves, to break down some of those negative stereotypes. I think there's some acts that we can do in our community to stand up against racism, and sometimes it just takes one person to stand up and we will set a domino effect in motion. I don't see myself as Scottish or Protestant or white. I see myself as a mother. I see myself as a Rotarian. I see myself as the mayor and a friend, compassionate. Those are the words I use to describe myself. And when I see Ray, I see a smart man, a funny man. I see a father, an accomplished developer. I see someone who's very caring and someone who's very ethical. Those are the words I use to describe Ray Watkins. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and then if you guys want to jump in, I absolutely would love to hear your thoughts. So whereas the City of St. Albert is committed to the belief that equal opportunity and equitable treatment should exist for all people. And whereas every resident of the city of St. Albert has the right to realize his or her potential, regardless of race, color, culture, or ethnic origin, and live at all times in conditions of dignity, respect, and peace. And whereas in 1966, the General Assembly of the United Nations designated March 21st as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and whereas the elimination of racism and racial discrimination can be accomplished through mutual understanding, acceptance, and respect for the dignity of all people and the rights of all people. And whereas the elimination of racism and racial discrimination is the social and moral responsibility of each person. Now, therefore, in support of the belief that everyone should work together to eliminate racial discrimination, on behalf of Council, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim March 21st, 2021 as International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination in the City of St. Albert. So thank you, everyone. I'll just turn it over. Is there, Natalie or Sheen, I can see you first. Is there anything you want to add to that? And no pressure, I just thought I'd give you the opportunity. Anyone in chambers? Go ahead, Ray.
I'll say something, Madam Mayor. Being a person of color, I faced racism my entire life, actually, in many different facets, but I never let it stop me. And people should realize that racism is something that's taught by somebody to somebody. We aren't born with tendencies to be racist against different people. And believe me, if you are the recipient of it, it does not feel good, and it hurts to the bone if you are the subject of racist comments. And even if you think it's a joke or you think it's funny, you should think twice before you make a comment that if you think it may be racist, then it probably is, and I probably wouldn't say it. So think twice when you make comments like that. If you hear other people say racist comments, what you think are racist comments, I think it's your duty to speak up and call them out on it and ask them what do they mean by that, and tell them that you don't think that is correct and that you don't believe that's the proper thing to say. So I'm very happy that our council took this step. Like I said, I'm very proud of the City of St. Albert for taking this step. And like I said, I think the most important thing you can do is don't teach those kind of habits. And when it's heard, speak up. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ray. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, everyone. Julia.
Sorry, Mayor Heron.
Who's that?
Sorry, could we get the adoption of the agenda prior to, thank you.
Ken? Sorry, Cheryl. I was jumping into the meeting.
That's okay. That's not a problem. That the March 15th, 2021 City Council meeting agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. All those in favor? I think we can use our voting buttons. We're using, sorry, I used Zoom. You want us to use Granicus, don't you? Okay, those of us in chambers use Granicus. All right, now we can move on. So Julia, thank you for attending today. I just felt that this is a significant day. March 11th, 2020 was the day that World Health Organization declared the worldwide pandemic. I don't know if you guys remember March 13th, I called a special council meeting and we did some quick changes to closing Service Place and making some financial availability to Mr. Scoble to help with this pandemic. So I thought we can't just let this 1 year go by without acknowledging it. St. Albert has lost 43 of our community members as of today. Canada has lost over 22,000, and worldwide we've lost 2.6 million people. So Julia, why don't you unmute yourself? Tell us a little bit about who you are and where you are, and then if you could read your poem, that would be great.
Yeah, for sure. Is the sound okay? No echoing happening? All is fine? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna take the silence as confirmation. Please interrupt me if the sound quality starts being poor and I can try to address that. My name is Julia Sorensen. I'm the St. Albert Poet Laureate for 2020 to 2022. I grew up in St. Albert. I am currently, and to be very specific, I am currently temporarily and also on a required basis in Scotland doing my master's. So that's why there's no daylight for me right now. I, as a caveat as well, I'm here to do my master's in Arts Festival and Cultural Management. So even having just been here for like 2.5 months, I feel really well equipped to continue to be St. Albert Poet Laureate, and I'm really excited about projects that I'm working on. That said, that's not what this is about. I was really happy and grateful when you asked me to be here to read today. And then I was intimidated because I tried for about 2.5 weeks to write something to mark this moment. And what I ended up doing was actually, and I say this because I think it might be just as poetic or meaningful or metaphorical or whatever as the poem itself. I was scrolling back through my hard drive for poetry because I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I have any things to say anymore about this. And I came upon a poem that I wrote, the first poem that I wrote, to read when I was named Poet Laureate. I wrote this poem and I wasn't satisfied with it. And then I wrote another one that I read at council. So today I would like to share with you that first poem that has been heavily edited, but essentially for quality only. And that seems to be where we're at right now. So the poem is called The Now. A year ago in your curtained kitchen, you put yourself in your pestle and mortar and started mashing. As it happened, you decided you smelled of a scalp shaded by a sun hat during monsoon season, of desperate hindsight, of organs squeezing themselves through the everyday labyrinth from bed to kitchen to desk to kitchen to toilet to desk to couch. While you thought on a future where you would lean in and laugh to someone without worrying what tiny creatures could pass between their mouths. You wept yourself into a mason jar labeled "Open me when this is all over," and set yourself down in the back of the fridge beside your abandoned sourdough starter. Every morning, you slept late, yet woke too early. Every day you were pungent with the present. Yesterday, in your curtains open kitchen, you were still mashing. Your dreams of saying congratulations to ears instead of microphones and kissing brand new dimpled knuckles are interrupted by email invitations to digitized weddings and wakes. You want to dig until you strike a settled feeling, a certainty, a precise moment when we will say, "This is all over," and slurp peaches from a shared can on a beach or simply fall asleep without worrying. Yet today, in a moment of realism, you stare out your curtainless kitchen window and think on the arbitrariness of end dates, of the 1,946, the 22,463, the 2.65 million, the rise of it all. You are, during this moment of silence, still the mush on the shelf, whispering to ghosts with machinations of nothing but the now. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, Julia. That was wonderful. And I knew you would do a great job with this. And we do get to see you again in a couple weeks.
Yeah, on a lighter note, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a bittersweet day. We've a lot. There's a lot of grief, not just for lost lives, but for lost opportunities and lost experiences. But I think there's probably some positives. The thankfulness we have for our healthcare workers, for one, our caring for our neighbors, and of course, there's a bit of hope in the spring that's approaching right now that we will be out of this soon. So thank you for joining us, Julia.
Thank you very much for having me, Mayor.
All right. Now, we do have a lot of registered speakers today. We've got registered speakers on coal mine development, registered speakers on the curling club, backyard hens, school sites, and then the rest, I think, are all for the public hearing for the municipal development plan. So thank you all for joining us. My initial request from all of you that are speaking is if you're presenting on the same issue, let's try to not repeat what the previous speaker had said. And of course, if you're a group, maybe just one to speak on the issue and others be there to answer questions. But of course, everyone is eligible to speak and is free to speak. I'm just encouraging because it is a lot of registered speakers and we could be here a while. So let's try to keep it concise. I'm going to start with the two speakers that are registered for coal mine development in the foothills. I got Janet Birch and Rhonda Metzies. Is that right, Rhonda? Oh, she looks like she's frozen. Okay, she's nodding. Okay, Janet, you registered first, so I'll get you to unmute yourself. And it's nice to finally meet you face to face, sort of. You have 5 minutes, so you can begin whenever you want.
Okay, and if it's all right with you, Rhonda and I will present together, so we'll each combine.
Okay. And you're able to keep that within the 5 minutes?
We can do it within 10 if we've got her 5 minutes and my 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that okay? Okay. All right, and can you see my screen okay here?
Sure can.
Okay, perfect. So Mayor Herron, city councilors, and other attendees, my name is Janet Birch, as introduced already, and myself and my acquaintance Rhonda Metzies are going to be talking to you today on the topic of coal mines on Alberta's eastern slopes. For our agenda today, we'll give a quick overview of what's happening with the mines. We'll discuss why we should be concerned, and we'll also give a little overview of what we can do about it. So in terms of what is happening, the 1976 coal policy was terminated without consultation on June 1st, 2020. After considerable public outcry and a lot of concern from municipalities and the public, it was reinstated on February 8th, 2021. However, it's not fully reinstated in the sense that now the coal policy will just continue. Consultation on a new version of the policy will start later this month on March 29th. Our current state of coal development in the eastern slopes, which is like Alberta's foothills bordering into the Rockies, is that there are two developments that are being put forward for approval on what we call Category 4 lands. So those are lands that had been where development of coal mines had been allowed under the terms of the coal policy. As well, there are 6 exploration permits on Category 2 lands. And so Category 2 lands had been restricted under the terms of the policy from development, but exploration had not been restricted on these. And exploration is going ahead on these leases, we understand in some cases in a fairly aggressive way, with considerable building of roads and drilling of sites, drill sites. In terms of the geographic scope, the map here shows the areas that are currently subject to coal agreements. So as you can see, if it's all the gray areas here, it's a considerable territory, almost 200,000 hectares. From a St. Albert perspective, we are looking at the coal mines being placed in areas that are not only feeding into our watershed, but also provide considerable recreation opportunities for people who live in our community. Why are municipalities concerned? More than 28 municipalities have expressed formal concerns over the way things have been carried out with the coal policy to the Alberta government. Their concerns center on lack of consultation, potential issues around the effectiveness, questions around the effectiveness of the Alberta Energy Regulator, obvious impacts on the environment from open pit mining and disruption of wildlife, for example, impacts on tourism in the areas because they are tourism-rich zones, and particularly impacts on our water supply, both the amount of water available and then as well potential impacts in terms of pollution. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Rhonda, and she will tell you a little bit more about some of the pollution concerns.
Okay, thank you, Janet. The decision to open mines in these sensitive areas specifically impacts St. Albert and many other communities across the prairies because the proposed mines intersect with the headwaters of, amongst others, the Oldman River, the Bow River, the Red Deer River, and the North Saskatchewan River, from which St. Albert draws its drinking water. One of the environmental impacts of coal mining is the release of selenium, a toxic substance, into waterways. The following excerpts are from an article written by the Yale School of the Environment about the impact of similar mines just over the BC border in Elk Valley. In Sparwood, a community less than 2 miles from one of Teck's mines, selenium in drinking water is reaching concerning levels. The town pulled one of its water wells offline last spring when selenium exceeded British Columbia's drinking water standard of 10 micrograms per liter. Selenium has been measured as high as 13.5 micrograms per liter, according to District of Sparwood records. British Columbia's guidelines for the protection of aquatic life is 2 micrograms per liter. In the Elk Valley's waters, selenium has been recorded at 50 to 70 micrograms per liter, and in some cases as high as 100 micrograms per liter. In one of the Elk tributaries, the Upper Fording River, the element is estimated as killing nearly half of juvenile fish, more than 180,000 fish each year. According to Teck Resources' own monitoring report, West Slope cutthroat trout in a river in BC's Kootenay region, downstream from their mine, dropped by 93% this past fall, compared with 2017 levels. Although not specific to the Elk watershed, a 2017 study conducted by the Canadian government found that subsistence fishermen and First Nations who eat fish caught downstream from sources of pollution have high selenium blood concentrations. Prolonged exposure to selenium in humans can cause selenosis, a condition linked to hair loss, skin lesions, neurological disorders, and intestinal problems. Although the mining companies like to boast about their plans to rehabilitate areas after the coal has been extracted, their track record in both BC and Australia on this file has been abysmal. According to an article in the Narwhal from March 2020, British Columbian taxpayers will be shouldering $1.2 billion of cleanup costs from the mining industry. In Queensland, Australia, taxpayers are on the hook for $3 billion of cleanup costs from the coal mining industry alone. A government report found that 90% of the financial assurance put forward by the industry was incorrect and too low. Most importantly, even if the companies in question had a legacy of behaving responsibly when it comes to rehabilitating the areas they have mined, the point would be moot. No method exists which has been scientifically proven to protect waterways from contamination with selenium once coal mining of this scale is underway. Time is of the essence. According to local residents, roads are already under construction in the area, and the Alberta Energy Regulator has been working hand in hand with the mining companies to expedite the process. I'll give it back to you, Janet, now.
So based on what we've presented here, what are next steps? A good first step, I think, for the council would be to talk to other municipalities. As we mentioned, many of them are concerned, and there's a wealth of information to be found from your colleagues. Consulting experts and reading the large amount of information available about this issue online would also be a good step. And ultimately, what we would be looking for from the council is a letter of concern similar to that which has been put forward by Edmonton City Council, Leduc, Sherwood Park, Strathcona County, and many other municipalities around the province. So with that, if anybody has any questions, we're happy to answer them, but that is the end of our formal presentation.
Well, thank you very much. I'm just going to pause the timer so it doesn't go off while I'm speaking. So process-wise, now the way it works at St. Albert Council is members of council have the opportunity to ask you any questions. And then when we're done with all the presentations that are in front of us today, we then have the opportunity to ask our staff some questions. So I'm going to open it up to the floor to council members if they have any questions. Did you have your hand up, Jackie? Okay, I'm going to open that up so I can see that too. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I actually sit on the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance Board, and we'll be talking about this on Wednesday. But I guess what I would ask is, I know that part of the, there's a lot of concern about this, and it's been very, very much in the news, but I think one of the biggest things that people had trouble with was the lack of consultation. And I wondered if that should be part of a letter of concern if we were to proceed that way, because as a councillor and as a municipality, while maybe not as directly affected as those in Southern Alberta, the lack of the consultation was really what was problematic when we live around a watershed. So I just wondered if you wanted to comment on that, one of you. I'm not sure who.
Janet, did you want to take that? Or I can?
Yeah, sure, I can. Rhonda has got the list of the different municipalities and some of the letters that they've sent or the motions that they put forward. And I believe that it was quite a major focus probably in all of them, certainly in all of them that I've seen, was the issue of the lack of consultation. The lack of consultation has been particularly devastating for municipalities like Clearwater County, for example, where they had built their entire, kind of strategic plan for the county going forward based on ecotourism within the Nordegg area. And so they were absolutely horrified, obviously, when they discovered the potential impacts of these mines. And so I think that from what we've been reading and hearing, it seems like there's a general feeling of, real solid concern about the fact that the municipalities are very much concerned with quality of life for, people who live within their boundaries. And with the basics of life too, right? The drinking water aspect and things like that. And so these kinds of major developments, obviously, should be undertaken with sufficient consultation. So yeah, I would definitely encourage that component to be called out for sure. Rhonda, anything to add?
No, I think you captured it beautifully. Thank you, Janet.
Any questions from Councillor Jolly or Councillor Hughes at home? Seeing none. No more members of council have questions. And I probably, Janet and Rhonda, it's partly due because we have had a lot of correspondence on this issue and been sent a lot of information and had an opportunity to already explore and study up on it. There was also, council knows, you all got an email request for a similar type letter from Barb Collier. So as long as we're all aware of that. So there's actually a third resident that is asking for this as well. think you should all know that I actually sit on the board of the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, which is leading the charge in trying to get effective and meaningful, or the two words I would use, consultation starting in and at the end of this month, because without meaningful consultation, it's meaningless, I guess. So process-wise, if a letter is to be written by this council, we would have to have a motion put forward either today or in the next couple of days. It's called notice of motion, and then it would hit on council agenda in the next 3 weeks approximately. So we can't write it today. That's just process-wise. But thank you for your presentation, and probably even more so, thank you for making this issue very public. Because of course, coming to council today, hopefully the Gazette will pick up on some of this because it is a very important issue. So appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At the end, and we might have questions for administration at the end of all these presentations. So if you want, you can watch that on our YouTube channel. Probably the best way to do it. All right. The next group of presenters is from the St. Albert Curling Club. I've got Dale Tronson, Jackie Ray Greening, and Nicole Bellamy. Are you all speaking, or is somebody representing the group? Hi, Jackie.
Hi there. Jackie and I will be speaking, and we'll try to keep it close to 5 minutes total.
And we did get a good backgrounder on this, so I think a lot of it's already been explained to us in our heads.
Okay.
And then Nicole's just there to answer questions if need be. Is that?
Yep. Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name's Dale Tronson. I'm the 2020-21 St. Albert Curling Club president. I've been a St. Albert resident for over 50 years. This is my first time presenting in front of council, so I'm very excited. I thank you for the opportunity. And I'm also honored to follow in the footsteps of my kids, Ben and Kirsten, who in their various volunteer roles have come before council. Today, I'm appearing before you along with Nicole, our general manager, and Jackie Ray, past president and facilitator for our long-term planning committee. On behalf of the board of directors and over 800 members, we are requesting $50,000 in additional funding for our now completed ammonia project. The ammonia project cost $318,000, of which our club paid $147,000 out of our savings. This was $97,000 higher than what we originally anticipated. Our original budget was $51,000 from our savings, so $147,000 was a significant difference. $45,000 of that difference was because we asked the province for $125,000 and we received $80,000 in grant funding. In addition, the project itself was originally budgeted for $272,000, and the total now is $318,000. The timing of the ammonia project alongside a global pandemic has been difficult, to say the least. Our season was cut short this year due to the COVID-19. Our leagues were suspended in November, along with the forced closure of our rental facility and our lounge. In February, the continuing government restrictions resulted in the cancellation of our season. We subsequently were faced with refunding $143,000 in league fees due to the season ending. Our board has been working to mitigate our expenses, including layoffs of part-time employees and wage rollbacks of our full-time staff, as well as reduction in other operational expenses. Our annual $90,000 in utility costs could not be significantly pared back while we had to maintain ice waiting for the government word on reopening. To generate funds, we've held 50-50 fundraisers, and we've reached out to our membership asking for assistance. I am pleased to report today that our members have donated just under $35,000 in waived fees to help with our club reopening this fall. We are aware that the pandemic may have a negative impact on the upcoming curling season in regards to league registration. We will not see the majority of registration funds for next year until time when we are allowed to open up the club. There will be limited or virtually no rentals for the summer, including weddings that were planned, rentals, social events, and the Children's Festival, of course. We're proud of our partnership with the City of St. Albert and our mutually beneficial relationship. Jackie Ray Greening, past president of the club, longtime member, past chair of the St. Albert Scotties, held in St. Albert, and my childhood curling idol. We'll touch on the economic benefits the St. Albert Curling Club has provided with the city.
Yeah, and I have been around a time or two. My parents were original shareholders back in the 60s. In fact, my mom used to take me to the club when I was a baby because they used to have daycare at the curling club back in those days. My dad has been president, and as Dale's mentioned, I have been president. And many of our club members, like our family, they volunteered countless hours for our club. We're a very active club. We talked about the Alberta Scotties we hosted, the Canadian Stick Curling Championships, the U18, Mark Kennedy's Bonspiel. We had teams from across the country, almost 60 teams that would come in and have a huge economic spin-off for our city. One thing our club has always prided ourselves on is our self-sufficiency. We go after city and provincial grants when tackling a project. We do fundraisers when we want to cover the cost of something. We go after sponsors if we're hosting these events. And most importantly, we put away a percentage of monies every year in what is called the Rainy Day Fund. And thank goodness we have done that. Because when the city advised us that we had to do this ammonia upgrade and that we were on the hook for about $51,000, we thought, no problem, that's what that fund is for. We were totally comfortable with it. And we didn't plan for it to come in way over budget like it did. And we didn't plan on a pandemic. That just wasn't in our sights at all. You've heard the numbers from Dale. We're here on behalf of more than 800 members. We have someone as young as 8 years old up to 93 years old as members. This additional $50,000 to cover that ammonia upgrade would help us through the summer because we're, again, no bookings in our club upstairs. And then this fall, we are concerned that numbers are going to be down again. 72 years we've been in St. Albert. We haven't come before council very often. We hope it's another 72 before we have to come back, but we appreciate any time and your consideration and of this $50,000 request.
Well, thank you, both of you. Thank you for today, and thank you for helping with this project on essentially a city-owned facility. And you're both welcome to come and present to council when you want to bring back the Continental Cup, because that was a fabulous event. That was really a good one. Questions of the curling club? Councillor Mackay.
Thanks for your presentations, and Jackie Ray, it's always lovely to see you again. Hopefully when you come back in 72 years, it'll be you presenting still.
Yeah, good luck.
Is the ammonia refrigeration system project complete now?
Nicole, do you want to jump in on that one? There we go.
Hi there. Yes, the project is completed. The final report has gone into the city. We did get that grant, so the report is in. I think an important piece is we're very proud of this project. We are over and above safety codes of any other club I know of. This could really change industry standard, which is kind of bad news for other clubs because we have something that is, like I said, something to be proud of. There was very little on this project that that was needed to bring the club up to code. So this is, it's spectacular, really.
Thanks. And maybe just a follow-up question in relation to the cost overruns. Was there a particular problem? Like, was it COVID related? Like we couldn't get the equipment across the border, or what was the overruns?
That was a problem, but that wasn't so much the monetary part of it. There was $15,000 that was needed to move the electrical. So we needed to take out a mezzanine that was in the ice plant area. Also, things like we needed to pay for an integrity test And then we also hired a refrigeration consultant. And these were consultants that were supported by the city, and that's why we hired them. So those were additional costs to the 272,000. I just want to add that part of that money was for things like we needed to get looking for the word city. I'll think of it. One moment.
It was like a certification process?
Well,
or?
so the city didn't have any plans for the curling club. And so we got the plans, we got them on AutoCAD. And I have since sent those to the city of St. Albert for their needs. We also paid for, sorry, let me get back to that. If there's any other questions in the meantime.
That's okay, Nicole. I mean, I know in 2019, we initially identified 90,789 for the project, and it was a one-time extraordinary request. But I'll have a follow-up question with administration as to that. And so I'm just trying to buy you some time, but that's okay. You know what? If you want to come back with it at that time, that's fine too, Nicole. No problem.
All right, you're done with questions, Councillor McCay? All right, no one in chambers has any more questions. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Hanson, sorry.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I know that there's hope that we're going to open up slowly but carefully in the next while. Are all of your plans right now canceled through the end of the year? I mean, do you have anything booked that is going to provide any revenue coming in?
We do have weddings booked for July, nothing until such time. And there's a couple events in August. I'm constantly on email with bridal parties wanting to know whether we're going to be able to open or not. I guess I just want to get back to what I was looking for was building permits. That was part of the scope of the work. And it's kind of interesting to me that we're doing this upgrade to our building that's on city land, and we're still having to purchase those permits. And like I said, the architectural drawings and making them electronic. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you. And the only other question I had was, have you approached in terms of your fundraising, and thank you for being such good fundraisers. That is a very self-sustaining way to do business. But I wondered if you had approached any of the service clubs like the Lions or the Rotaries, or do they know what's happening with your deficit?
I'm not exactly, well, I always think of them as having to need like fundraise for themselves for their own interests. I've never really considered another service group because we consider ourselves a service group of our own.
Yeah, no, I get that. They would probably just require a plaque to say that we contributed to the ammonia project. No, I wondered, and I really do appreciate the situation that you find yourself in. It's tough, and so I guess we'll chat about it for sure.
I belong to the Edmonton Area Curling Club Managers group, and there's 5 other facilities that are like us. They're on municipal land, but they are self-supporting. And I reached out to all of them and said, are you ever in a situation where the city has mandated a project and asked you to put your own funds towards it? And nobody was could say that they were in a similar situation. So I thought this is kind of a little bit unique.
Okay, well, we appreciate that, and that's certainly a good perspective from your end, and we understand that.
Thank
And
you.
that's a good point, Nicole. When we talk to our staff, we can maybe get them to clarify, just for anyone who's interested in this project, about why this ammonia was necessary at this time. Any more questions? How about Councillor Jolly or Councillor Hughes at home? No. All right, so I see no more questions about curling. So as I said to the previous speakers, we're gonna, if you want to pop over to the YouTube channel at the end of all our speakers, I know I personally have questions for our staff, so, and probably others do too. So we'll figure out how we go forward in a couple minutes. Okay. All right. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for everything you are doing. The next group of registered speakers are here to speak about backyard hens. We have Heidi Taphorn and Alexandra Taphorn. I saw them. There they are. Hi, guys.
Okay, now we're unmuted. Hello.
Thank you for joining us. You've heard me say it. You have 5 minutes to speak, so you guys can start whenever you want.
Okay, Alexandra will start first. Can you hear her well?
Yeah, we can hear just fine.
Great.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my experience with my sweet chicken marshmallow. We had 4 chickens, but last spring, my one named Anastasia died from a seizure. It was really sad because I loved her very much and we used to snuggle together and have naps on our hammock in the backyard. A little while later, we welcomed Marshmallow into our family. We had done our research on how to properly introduce a flock and tried many different ways, but our original 3 would not accept her. After almost 2 months watching our poor Marshmallow get her neck ripped apart, it looking infected and being worried every day that they'd kill her, I made a decision to rehome her to a friend. She was lucky that the chicken she was now with did not peck her to death. It is always a risk when you add another chicken, but especially if you only add 1. I had my heart broken twice last year, and I think there's a better way to do this that would maybe save my heart and other chickens from being pecked to death. Though 4 chickens is fun, it makes it very difficult to manage our flock. Having only 3 chickens during the winters is not good because there is less body heat, and if 1 dies, then there are only 2. To have healthy, warm chickens through the winter, there are lots of eggs through the summer, and less chance of bullying when we add chickens. It makes sense to let us have 6 chickens instead of just 4. If we had 3 chickens but were allowed 6, we could introduce 2 or 3 hens, and it's less likely that 1 would be bullied as much as poor Marshmallow. If the city had a rule that made dogs or cats suffer like this, it would be considered mean and inhumane. Chickens shouldn't need to suffer like this. Most cities have a minimum of 3 chickens, 3 hens, and a maximum of 6. St. Albert should have the rules that are the same as places so we can take better care of our flock. Thank you for your time and consideration about this today.
All right. So I thought I had 5 minutes as well, so I'm just going to talk really quick to make good use of the time. I'm very thankful to be presenting today. I believe Nicola Gassi, I think is her last name, had presented a couple weeks ago on the same topic, so I'm probably just restating things that she said. But anyways, we know that establishing the pecking order is very...
All of a sudden your volume went down just a bit, Heidi. I'm not sure why. We could hear Alexandra really well, but...
Okay, I'll point it at me. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, I think there's another presenter recently, so I'll just try to be as quick as possible for you guys. So there was a lot of thought and attention given to our current bylaw to make sure that the chickens were well cared for. We require taking training, as well as that the hen enclosure was done to a certain standard to make sure that the hens were warm in the winter, safe, had enough space, ventilation, etc., and to respect neighbors and everything. However, the 4 hen limit has huge implications on managing the flock, and raising it is a very simple thing that council could do to be a little bit more humane in how we do things, as well as if it's done relatively quickly, we can manage that this year, because you can't introduce a chicken in the middle of winter because you have to quarantine them for a little while, separate them from the chickens so the chickens can get used to them. It's quite a process. So we're hoping that this could be pushed through relatively soon if it is possible to do so. And then I would also encourage council to put a few things in there to have a minimum of 3 hens, because that is necessary for the chickens and for them to stay warm. So if you guys are kind of looking at the policies anyways, that would be a good thing to add in there. And there's a lot of other examples out there of existing bylaws that we can kind of copy a few little things out of there. Also, where did I have it here? For flock management. Anyways, just I'm trying not to go too far over. Hens are a very sustainable, safe, local food source. We love having our hens, but at this point, our only options are to do another winter with just 3. And if we lose 1 chicken, we only have 2, and they might freeze to death. So that is a concern. So if it's not amended this year, we either have a risky winter, or have to introduce 1 more hen, which is, after last year's experience, was extremely difficult because they just concentrate the bullying onto that 1 hen. Or we have to find a home, but nobody wants 2-year-old hens that likely aren't going to lay much longer. So we just strongly encourage council to kind of visit this and hopefully make our summer fun, so we can have 3 more hens and have a full 6. Thank you.
Well, thank you, both of you. First of all, Alexandra, how old are you?
I'm 9.
You're 9. Were you at all nervous?
Kinda.
You did not seem nervous at all. I was so impressed with how well you spoke to council. That's sometimes not an easy thing to do, even for an adult. So well done. And there's a couple of educators, school trustees that were watching, and I think they enjoyed your presentation just as much as all of council. I'm going to, I'll let you know right away that I think Councillor Hansen's ready to put a motion forward. And actually, Jackie, why don't I turn it to you now? You can read your notice of motion into the record right now. That'd be
Sure, if that's okay, if we're
Yep.
jumping the. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And as Mayor Heron said, you sure articulated your case well. And we're sorry for your experience with Marshmallow. That's tough. That's
You have the picture here.
Oh, let's see. Aw, very nice. Well, I'm glad that he or she obviously found a good home. Yes, it is a hen. So I am going to introduce a notice of motion in today, and I think it's flexible enough that that we'll be able to, if passed, deal with some of the recommendations that you have besides the limit of 6. But it says the notice of motion reads that administration present for council's consideration amendments to the hen bylaw to allow the licensing authority to permit keeping up to 6 hens on a licensed property, together with such other amendments as administration may recommend to protect the health of the hens and minimize their impact on adjacent properties.
Thank you.
So that's where we'll start.
Thank you, Councillor Hansen. Is there any more questions for the tap horns? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. And Ellie, I saw the picture with you with Marshmallow where you weren't smiling, and it broke my heart. So I'm really proud that you came and spoke to us today. Yeah, that picture breaks my heart. So my question to either of you is, in terms of timing, Councillor Hansen has given that notice, so we'll probably see that in the next few weeks, and then it's going to take time for administration to bring back changes. What kind of timelines would be ideal to kind of correct this situation before it gets cold and it's a problem introducing chickens with the quarantine periods and so forth?
I would say as soon as possible, but that's optimistic. We do have the issue too. We have new hen owners or people that want to be hen owners that are building their coops right now. And we kind of have to think about if there's going to be something in there saying that coops previously built prior to the amendment are grandfathered in, that we don't have to go back and rebuild $1,000 coop because of a few square inches for those hens, because it's not you wouldn't want to have too big of a hen or too big of a hen enclosure because you can't heat that over the winter. So hopefully that's included. But as for introducing them, ideally the spring is the nicest. Once you get into fall, we introduced Marshmallow in late July, and at the end of September, she wasn't welcome into the flock. So then she was introduced into yet another flock at the end of September, and then you're into the cold months, and then they lose condition and things kind of go downhill. So ideally as soon as possible, but spring is the best time to do this.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Mackay has a question too.
Just to follow up actually, and just to build off of Councillor Jolie's question. So, I mean, I grew up on a farm. We had chickens, but they were free range. And then we did have some that were just laying eggs for commercial. But in relation to the best timing around that, is there a specific number? So I mean, if we were to raise it to 6 and you had 3 or 4 currently, how would you introduce the 2 into that flock that you currently have?
So I was also a farm kid and had chickens growing up. But in the city, it's a completely different, it's different to manage them in the city, I suppose. So typically you have to isolate them for several weeks. So it's often done in a garage or somewhere away from the other ones in case there's any diseases or anything that comes up, so you don't bring that into your flock. And then usually we built a little structure underneath the actual coop itself, so inside the hen enclosure. But so we just put some wire mesh up so that the chickens could see the new chicken and get used to her. And then at nighttime, what we had researched was the best way to do it is after they've gotten used to her for a long time, while all the chickens are sleeping on their roost, then you just kind of plunk the new chicken beside them and hope for the best. That was a massive failure for our chickens, but for most small flocks, that has been what has worked for most of them. And then after that, we did a whole bunch of little tricks and applied ointments and things that didn't smell good to try to keep the chickens off of her, but it still wasn't effective. So we might have just had three bully hens, but when you only introduce 1, it's challenging. But introducing 2 is the same concept. You're just kind of spreading out the pecking order over a few more hens. So apparently the success is a lot better when you have 2 or 3 to be introduced opposed to 1.
Thanks. And I just want to say, while Alexandra's there too, thanks for your presentation. I really appreciated it. My sister, we had 4 pet hens, and they would run up to her just like she was, like they were dogs, and they would run into the house with her. And much to my mother's chagrin, they were everywhere. So I know what it's, I know what, they didn't like me too much, but I know what it would be like to lose Marshmallow. So thanks for presenting.
All right, I see no more questions. I just wanted to say 2 more things before we move on to the next presenters. First of all, Alexander, if you want to go onto YouTube, you can actually watch yourself do your presentation. That might be kind of exciting for you. You're on YouTube now. The other thing is, it's kind of interesting that you came to speak to us today, because later on in our meeting, we are going to be talking about our new municipal development plan, which is our overall plan for the entire city. And there's an entire section in the new MDP talking about urban agriculture, promoting the backyard chickens, promoting honeybees, promoting green roofs, all that kind of stuff, so we can have a more secure food source. And so you guys are really kind of trailblazers in this, and I'm glad to see that the urban hens have caught on in St. Albert. It was not an easy thing to bring into St. Albert for some reason, but I'm enjoying watching it grow. And if you ever want to invite me over to meet your hens, I would love to. Okay.
Thank you so much for doing your work.
Right. Moving on to Joe and Serena on the school side allocation agreement. Are you both speaking?
Yes, I think we'll start with Joe. And unlike Alexandra, he is very nervous, I think, to present. And so we'll let him go first and get it out of the way. Hey, Joe?
I'm not chicken though.
No, he's not chicken.
Okay, go ahead, Joe. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Very briefly, I wanted to speak to item 13.1 on the agenda. And I think I'll generate a few questions for council to consider when the topic does come up on your agenda. Just curious as to the city's motivation for seeking withdrawal from the school site allocation agreement. As you know, the agreement exists between St. Albert Public Schools, Greater St. Albert Catholic Schools, Conseil Scolaire Centre Nord, and municipalities are called upon to put such agreements with school jurisdictions in place as joint use planning agreements. And in fact, the Municipal Government Act that was amended June 10th of last year has stated that these agreements will be in place by June of 2023. And part of it was part of the Bill 25, the Red Tape Implementation Act, that stipulated an agreement under this section must contain provisions establishing a process for discussing matters relating to the planning, development, and use of school sites on municipal reserves, school reserves, and municipal and school reserves in the municipality. So curious as to why you would want to withdraw from that agreement without any consultation with the parties. And then a follow-up question to potentially consider, is the city's potential withdrawal from the school site allocation agreement related at all to the proposed annexation of land by the city? So that's all I had for your consideration. I know, Serena, you have a follow-up to that.
Yeah, I did. So I guess where I'm coming from is, what assurances can the city provide to the citizens of St. Albert, including the Catholic citizens, that there will be no gap in the allowance for a fair and transparent and collaborative process to addressing the allocation of school sites between the proposed withdrawal from the existing agreement and the establishment of a new joint use planning agreement, or JUPA as they're called, which includes provisions for the planning, development, and use of school sites as per section 670.1 of the Municipal Government Act, as Joe had said, because those do need to be in place by June 23rd. So again, if you withdraw from this, what is the assurance to the citizens of St. Albert as to what would happen in between them?
So that's because I'm going to address, I think, everything that you, first of all, let me just start by saying that I'm not even 100% sure I'm going to put this motion on the floor. There was a bit of it. We had a conversation at our strategic planning session, which was in camera, so I can't go into all of that. And then there was a bit of urgency because you have to actually withdraw by April 1st. We have to give you notice of your intention to withdraw by the 1st of April. And this was our last council meeting. So this has been very, very rushed. I'm going to tell you that right now. And so that's why I'm not even 100% sure the motion is actually going to be placed. To answer your question, Serena, we are required to have that agreement by June, by 2023, and because of that requirement, I can assure you there will be one between the city and the school boards on that date, no matter what it looks like. I think there might be just an opportunity to modernize our agreement. You know, with it, this is called the modernized MGA, and that's what's calling for this agreement. And I think we could modernize our agreement. It's not at all any indication that we don't want to work with the school boards, if that helps.
Right. So any consideration of modernizing that before we pull out to leave, that's what I'm talking about, is the gap. How are we going to deal with the gap if we pull out, and will there be that gap until 2023?
even if you give notice on April 1st, it doesn't take into effect till August. So there's that time in there.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Anyone else have any questions for the school trustees? Councillor Hanson does.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe and Serena. I've been out of it for a few years now, but so I'm a little bit rusty. But there's the school site allocation agreement, which we have here locally. Then there's the joint school or joint use, the JUSA, whatever.
Joint use agreement.
I don't know why they acronym that one, but anyway, but they're two different agreements. So my understanding was that there is a requirement to have a joint use agreement with municipalities and school boards throughout the province. In fact, I did have some of those conversations when I was a school trustee. That's been a long time in the making. But I didn't think there was a requirement necessarily to have a school site allocation, or is it that the school site allocation piece of this needs to be a proviso within the joint use agreement? And I'm guessing it's the latter.
Yeah, that's correct. Jackie, as Joe mentioned, sorry, Councillor Herron, I apologize for my casualness. I think that's what Trustee Bassignon was alluding to. So an agreement under this section must contain provisions establishing a process for discussing matters relating to the planning, development, and use of school sites on municipal reserves, school reserves, and municipal and school reserves in the municipality. And you're correct. I think we have them as two separate committees at this point, but the JUPA, so Joint Use Planning Agreement, actually pulls those, I guess, in together. So that's the difference here with this modernization. Is that, Joe, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And so it needs to be in place by 2023, and you're wondering about the gap. But I mean, wouldn't it be fair to say that other municipalities and school jurisdictions, most don't even have a school site allocation agreement? So a gap until the joint use agreements are complete are kind of in place. There would be a gap until 2023 for all municipalities and school boards, because we'd be one of the few that actually have a school site agreement. I think our concern really is, and then Joe, you can speak to it, is our school site allocation agreement working to the best that it can be working? You know, there's a scramble for school sites, and sometimes there's a little bit of disagreement around school site allocations. And so at the end of the day, is it the best process we have? And is it better? Would it be better to take a break from that and just incorporate it into the joint use agreement that needs to be?
You're going to hear the meeting at the same time. So I don't know how this is going to work.
I think when you talk to the players that currently sit on the joint, not on the joint use agreement, I'm getting myself confused.
School site.
On the school site allocation committee, that it has worked for them up till today, up until now. And so, you know, they're wondering why, firstly, why there was no consultation that this was going forward. In terms of saying that, you know, we wouldn't have an agreement June of 2023, that is saying that the agreement must be in place by June of 2023 and or apply to the minister for an extension of the timeline, who could apply to the Minister of Municipal Affairs to get you that extension. Hopefully nobody would wait until June of 2023 to have these agreements in place, particularly where we're combining joint use with it in terms of, I mean, the city facilities and the school sites, classrooms and gymnasiums are in constant use outside of pandemic.
And if I may, Joe, just to go further on that, we did actually go through a consultation a few years ago with the city and the school jurisdictions, where we brought in a consultant to go through and find out if this was the best. You're right, not all municipalities have these types of committees, but they do have other mechanisms in place. And at that time, you know, we did suggest that there were some that Red Deer, Fort McMurray, that work quite well with the school divisions from the very beginning of planning within their city. So you're right, there are other mechanisms, and I think we would be happy to work together with you as partners as to find out what could be the best way to address that within the JUPA.
Okay, well, I appreciate that you have come today and talked to us about that. That's helpful.
I'll go to you in a sec, Ms. Councillor Mackay. Just a comment about lack of consultation, because considering we just had the big coal mine discussion. I do believe Mr. Scoble did email all the superintendents just to let you know that this was going to be on our agenda, because it was so rushed. Our strategic planning was only end of February. So I am glad that you were here and participating in this conversation and actually open to exploring the opportunities of a better agreement going forward. So Councillor Mackay, question?
Yeah, just to follow up, building on it, and I think you answered it in relation to some of Councillor Hansen's inquiries, but just to confirm from your perspective, the current situation or what we have now with the site allocation works for the Greater Catholic School Board?
I'm not going to say, Councillor Mackay, that it hasn't been without its challenges. Certainly, I think that over the last while, we have encountered some times where, because of lack of school sites, it has been a challenge for our community. And so I think with maybe different planning, that it could work for us. But at this point, I think that the committee structured the way that it does certainly lends itself to a spirit of collaboration, where the parties do have to sit down together and figure out what's going to work best for the city, at least from the school jurisdiction point of view.
If I can echo in on that, I think it has worked well for that reason, because the divisions and the city sit down together and work through what's available and what are the needs of the city. You know, we've got a couple plans moving forward in terms of our city. You know, if you look to the west, and we'll be growing the city out that side, an agreement needs to be in place. I mean, you know, when Riverside is built out, we're going to have an area over there that's bigger than the town of Morinville. And Morinville currently has 4 elementary schools, a junior high and a high school. So we're going to need a group in place to plan for the needs of our community moving forward.
Yeah, and I was expressly thinking of that Riverside situation because of our previous conversations we had when we redistricted that in relation to building the park and the school site. And I know you were presenting at that particular council meeting, and you're particularly around your concerns around that you've just identified with Riverside, and also the current condition of Father Jan, and maybe some other opportunities. But what I was just thinking, and part of, you know, where I was thinking with this would be, it would be an opportunity, as Mayor Herron has already identified, that this gives us, all of the partners, an opportunity to modernize and actually make it so that it does work for everybody around the table. And so that's why I was thinking that potentially this could work. It wasn't, in my opinion, done because there was something not working for one or another, but how do we make it work better so that we can actually arrive at something that can be beneficial to all the parties? Because, I mean, obviously, as you guys know, there's, you know, 2 other school divisions within our community, and they have other competing interests as well. So I saw this as an opportunity, and I would hope that maybe if this does go forward and it does get put on, and if it was successful, that you would also see it that way as well. It wouldn't be that it wasn't working, it would just be an opportunity to make it work better. That's not a question. I'm more of an explanation. I mean, I guess it goes to, sorry, Joe, please call me Ken. Serena, please call me Ken. The trustee is so tiny on my screen that I can't see it. But that's basically where I was going in relation to your question, Joe, around, where would this come from? And in my mind, that's where it came from, because in my limited involvement with the school site allocation is that it wasn't always working for all the parties. And matter of fact, it was confrontational sometimes, or potentially, and I thought this was an opportunity to make it better.
Yeah, I don't, thank you for that. And I don't think that the confrontation, as opposed to calling it a confrontation, call it a constructive dialogue between the parties that sat around the table. And we've always done, they have always seemed to have come to the conclusion of what's in the best interest of school age kids in our community. When you get something that call it the parent, call the city the parent, that the parent is withdrawing from the school site allocation agreement, and that's what that's what we're faced with, and then we wonder, and I'm sure our sister boards wonder the same thing. Okay, so how do we go forward from here? And so I don't know that you have to withdraw altogether to make it better. We have until June of 2023 to make what we currently have better. I don't think anybody has to withdraw from anything to do that. I think the parties have to sit down and they have 2 years and 3 months to work through what's going to work better.
Great, thanks. I appreciate it. And thanks for showing up. Nice seeing you again, Sharina.
Before you go, because I don't see any questions from home. So thank you guys for coming. It really is important. Unfortunately, the word is withdraw if we want to kind of give notice on, and that has to come through a council motion on April 1st so we can start the conversations. I would say from my perspective, the last few years have been fine, but the number of school sites is a wholly separate issue from the allocation of said school sites. So, and then when we needed to allocate a school site, and the last one I can really remember that was controversial, not confrontational between the school boards, but confrontational between the municipality, the residents, and the city, was the Francophone High School. And the original intent of this allocation agreement was to remove the politics, and that has failed. That was one of the Councillor Broadhead and I spent 2 full Mondays in public hearings on something that should not have come to council, but it ends up sometimes there because so if that was the original intent, it's not working to remove the politics. Residents will still come to council and ask for things to be changed. So unfortunately,
in response to that, I think that it was an allocated school site that they built on, and it's no different than, if you recall, when I think the chambers were full, the gallery was full when Habitat for Humanity were building on what initially was a formal school site, where nobody followed up and came back and said, is a school going to be built there? And for 25, 30 years, no school was built there in Ainsdale. And so the neighborhood assumed that it had become their park. Much the same where the Francophone school is. I mean, how often would you drive down behind the hospital and carry on Erin Ridge Drive? And I mean, it was a beautiful field there with soccer fields and everything else. So that too has to be part of the process. If it is a designated school site, and of course we are relying on the province to award those schools when the need is there, but then perhaps as part of this moving forward, that the neighborhoods or the when you do an area structure plan, you designate school sites. And residents need to be reminded of that as a neighborhood builds out. We have a school site, we have parklands, all of that stuff is all part of it. And I guess that we're probably all a little bit to blame in that case, but yeah, there's ways to mitigate some of that.
Couldn't agree more, Trustee Bessignon.
Joe, please.
And you know, the same thing goes for the Oakmont school site. That's been 23 years sitting empty.
Yeah.
After the Francophone school controversy, we put a sign up there so the residents at least know that this could potentially be a school in the future. The reality is, I think the best path would be very similar to what happened in Jensen Lakes, and it's in our new MDP that we try to get the schools subdivided and built when about 30% of the neighborhood is there, and does not wait till the whole area structure plan is full, sits there empty for years and causes controversy. So that's part of the MDP, which I think was a positive change. But you get in, it all depends on the provincial government funding these schools. All right, so we're going to probably get to this debate, actually probably fairly quickly, because everything's on consent, and then we have to wait till 5 for a public hearing. So we're probably going to skip over some stuff. And so if you want to watch it on YouTube, any more questions? Am I missing anything?
We will be heading over to YouTube. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today.
Nice to see you.
You too.
All right. Okay, now we're at agenda item number 4. Sorry, before I move on, is there any members for the public hearing that are online now that need to speak now, or are they all coming at 5? They're all coming at 5? Okay. All right, so business arising. Let's try to group our questions around the topics that were in the presentation. So why don't we take all the questions to administration on the coal mine development? Does anyone have any questions on coal mine development? Go ahead, Ken.
And I don't know, you may have to come back with a response. I'm not sure whether Christian or Kate are on the call, but it was identified the kind of the selenium count numbers and all that. Do we measure that at the Sturgeon River?
Christian's on there. Oh, and Kate.
I'm here as well. Yeah, so it's actually one of the numbers that we do register. So our last test was October 16th, 2020, and they are below the detectable limits, which is below 0.0002 milligrams per liter. So
Okay,
extremely low.
We're significantly lower than the number that was presented in the slides then.
Correct.
And I'm assuming EPCOR does the same for our drinking water?
I would assume that they would be part of their standard sampling processes. I don't see EPCOR's testing, but we could reach out to see what they've had in the past.
Councillor Hanson.
Thanks. And just on that, Kate, is that a number that fluctuates depending on the season, the flow, the winter, summer, spring, fall?
I'll probably refer to Christian to see if he has the historical numbers.
Hi, Councillor Hanson. Selenium is one of the parameters that we commonly measure 4 times per year. So typically we see below detect levels, so it's not something that we can really trend. And we do, spring sampling event, we do summer, we do a rainfall event, and we also do winter sampling. So pretty robust sampling program when it comes to our water quality. So we don't typically have a trend because it's typically below detect.
Good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I'm curious, we were told in the presentation that there really isn't great technology for removing selenium from water. So if, say, EPCOR was detecting levels that were increasing because of runoff in new mining sites, how would that, how quickly would we be able to respond to deal with drinking water?
That's a good question. So when it comes to some of these parameters, it's really about watershed protection as opposed to treatment. Many of these particulates, they generally go right through the treatment facility. So it is about providing that front end protection to the watershed and watching trends as they increase to mitigate them and make the changes well ahead of time that they are above the levels that would cause problems.
So once that's in the water, it's really hard to kind of take 10 steps back.
100%. It's really about environmental protection and watershed protection.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Mackay has another question.
Sorry, I just got a
It's okay.
follow-up question, and it arises out of Councillor Jolie's inquiry. Is the selenium naturally occurring, very similar sometimes like in oil or something seeping up from the ground? Does it only come down through from coal mining operations, or could it be from existing coal deposits within our geographical zones or whatever? Sorry, forgive me for not remembering the exact term from my geology days.
You bet. Unless Christian has a real solid answer to that, I might have to take that as an information request just to get you the best available information.
No, we don't need it. I was just more curious. I mean, that's nothing that we need. I don't think that's going to stop us from a decision today, but I was just actually curious as to whether it's naturally occurring or if it actually is just tied into some man-made activity.
I think historically we see increasing levels due to activities. However, again, in our area, we are extremely low and it's very low on the detection level. So that's probably the only information I can give you, but I could go and try and acquire some additional information from some of my staff.
No, not necessary. No, although I was a little worried about the hair loss and all that.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is more a question to you than to administration. The present presenters talked about supporting AUMA and their efforts. Do you want to just publicly speak of where AUMA is going with this issue?
Yeah, I sure can. Because I was going to outline some options for us. So we could have a council member put a notice of motion to do a letter. It doesn't have to be today. You can think about it. My personal thoughts are individual letters from individual municipalities don't have as much of an impact as a letter from AUMA and actually RMA, because Clearwater County was brought up as a big example. AUMA has already submitted a letter to the province, essentially frustrated with the lack of consultation, and then respectfully requesting that as the consultations go forward in March, we be a partner at the table. So, you know, this council is somewhat fortunate because of my role on AUMA, but also Councillor Hansen's role on two committees, not just the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, but also she sits on AUMA's Environment Sustainability Committee, and they will be keeping an eye on the coal policy. So we're kind of attacking this from many directions, I would say. Mid-sized cities have been concerned about it, especially in the south. So effective-wise, I think with or without a letter, we will be part of the conversation, if that's the question.
That indeed was. Thank you very much.
Right. Any more questions for administration on this issue? Okay, we're going to move on to questions about backyard hens. I don't know if we have any with the notice of motion getting put forward. Anyone at home? Okay, really was a great presentation. And finally, school sites, I think we should, oh no, wait, curling club. I skipped right over the curling club because I do have, so Councillor Mackay.
Just one quick question in relation to it, because this project originated, because I remember from our initial discussions, was it identified through our own, first of all, do we own the building, or do we have anything to do with the actual curling club? And then are we responsible for the occupational health and safety and other kind of business standards around it?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Mackay. Is I can start off by saying that we do own the building and it is an operational agreement with the curling club, but I'll let either Diane or Danielle jump in on the specifics of the agreement.
Good afternoon, Council. I can jump in quickly, and then if Danielle, you have anything to add, please jump in. So we have a lease agreement with the curling club on the land and the facility there. Through lease agreement, it is their responsibility to maintain the infrastructure of the facility. So that's their responsibility through our lease agreement with them. And they've been, again, very responsible through the 72 years of operation for maintaining that facility.
So was it the city who identified the need to upgrade the ammonia plant, or was that our ammonia system, or was that a curling club that identified that?
The identification of it was through legislation. So the legislation changed and required all of our ice plants to do some work on our ammonia systems. So it was through the legislation that we worked with the Curling Club to address the required work based on the legislation.
Was that arising out of some fatality inquiry in BC and or subsequent reports in relation to the dangers of ammonia plants? I mean, I'm familiar with some of the growing up around curling. I mean, I lost a good friend who was an ice maker and operated a plant in a small town, and he unfortunately died when he was exposed to ammonia. So is that something related to that?
Correct. It was part of when Fernie had an accident several years ago that triggered some of the changes in legislation that our OH&S department through the city of St. Albert has been very on top of in terms of that legislation and the required changes to our ice plants.
All right, thanks. So I mean, we were basically then we identified the need to upgrade it based on changing legislation or changing regulations around ammonia plants, and unfortunately the prices came in a little bit higher for them in relation to that. Have you been in consultation, regular consultation with the Curling Club and the Curling Club management around the actual project itself, or were you just kind of just informed as to what some of the challenges were?
Thanks, Councilor Mackay, for that question. I'll pass this over to Danielle. She's been working directly with the Curling Club on this project.
Thanks, Dan. So we have been, thanks, Councilor Mackay, we have been in contact with the Curling Club throughout the project. So definitely routine check-ins after we got the initial assessment, and then just a bit of a project plan that led us through fruition of the project itself. They have recently filed their completion report, and we're just going to go through and inventory that with our internal stakeholders as our final step on the project.
So, I mean, I asked the Curling Club manager if it was somewhat related to COVID. From your understanding, was it any of their difficulties related to COVID, or was it just in relation to just other issues?
From my understanding, through what we've talked about at some of the meetings, there were some issues with getting equipment into the country. So there was some pieces with transportation. There were some increased costs as a result of some of those equipment pieces coming in as well for their project. And then there were some additional just costs for consultants and assessments and design that were required through the project as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Scoble, in relation to the funding and a funding request, and if we were going to look at it, would the funding source come out of our kind of our COVID emergency fund, or if we were looking at that, or would it come back out of like a stabilization reserve or a capital reserve, or where would it come from?
Well, I understand our project, like we upgraded all ammonia systems at Service and Neuromagenla and what have you. And so this was the other one, the Curling Club. So we don't have any budget left in our own ammonia project. So, you know, I would defer to the CFO. It would either have to come from stabilization or depending what council direction is given tonight on COVID, the COVID item, you know, we would work accordingly, I guess, but probably stabilization for sure, but I'll let Diane clarify that.
I guess the question is, does it qualify as a COVID related expense?
Well, we'd have to look at it because it could, because they've had the revenue impacts has been their main challenge this year because they haven't been able to have curling, obviously, with the health restrictions in place. Yeah.
Does that flexibility in that come from you or come from council?
Depends what direction council gives this evening.
Okay. You're so vague.
Yeah, you were kind of, you both were reading between the lines a little bit there. So anyways, I appreciate the information. Thank you as usual, Danielle. And Diane, I just saw you pop on, so I'm not sure whether you had anything to add.
No, not really. I was just going to confirm that probably stabilization fund or through the COVID funding, if it's approved tonight, would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Well, Councillor Mackay basically asked my questions, but I was just looking for a process. So it requires a notice of motion or requires, so that's about.
Well, I guess process wise, because I noticed Councillor Broadhead pushed request a motion. I'm like, yes. So, process wise, someone could put forward a motion right now and could identify the funding source as stabilization, or you could identify the funding source, the 2.4 million of COVID recovery, and that would just reduce it to 2.3, whatever. Or we could wait till we get to that agenda item and discuss it then.
Okay, well, I'll let Councillor Broadhead carry on, but I guess I would just say, without going into debate, this, you know, this is the perfect storm for them, and you know, they're doing their best to stay afloat, and, you know, we mandate something that they have to do, and the whole circumstance is tough. So
I would even, if council's fine with it, I would accept a motion tonight, because it's germane to everything we have on the agenda today. We've got the background, we've got the staff, it's just the funding source, and I don't think that needs a notice of motion to identify a funding source. So I think that would be legitimate. It's up to council to agree with me.
Okay, Councillor
Jolly
Broadhead.
has her hand up. Councillor Jolly has her hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. Would it be possible to put this in front of the CSAC in terms of the community capital grant? I know that it technically would fall outside of that policy, but I certainly would be curious to see how it would fit in terms of priority with other programs for an existing pot of money that is for these projects and really has already contributed to this project.
I feel like this already was entertained by that grant, and somebody remind me, Danielle?
Yeah, I was on CSAC,
Okay.
and it did go through. When I was the rep for CSAC, it did go through.
Yeah, exactly. And it passed, but with the caveat that they couldn't apply again or something.
Whatever the policy says, but I think we had a robust discussion about the fact that this was had to be done. It was kind of out of their control, and we were happy to provide them with the money at that point.
Okay.
So there is a pot of money that, like, we could use that pot of money then instead of stabilization reserve, instead of COVID or the emergency funding?
Not the community capital grant, no.
Okay, well, I guess.
I'd have to find the motion.
I got the motion.
Okay.
Well, in relation to the fact that it was a 2019 budget and it came out of the community capital grant program, and it was on a one-time basis in the amount of $90,789 to provide full funding request at that particular time to accommodate an extraordinary request to upgrade the ammonia refrigeration system with funding from the stabilization fund. So it was it was outside of, I would have to get, it was basically what we did is we used the stabilization fund to increase the community capital grant program one time for that amount. So, I mean, I guess it could go back to the community capital grant program, but it would be potentially some time before it was revisited again.
Yep. But it's an option, Councillor Jolly. No, Councillor Watkins.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions. You said that as part of their lease, they're required to maintain the building. And so that is everything like roof, parking lot, it includes all that, I imagine?
Do you want me to go ahead, Dan? Sorry.
Yes, that's correct. It includes all of that.
Yeah.
And this is kind of an unusual circumstance that, like you said, the laws kind of changed, so we had them upgrade the plant, right? And the lease that they have, is that lease like in exchange for them being responsible for the maintenance of the building? Are they leasing the building for like $1 a year, or are they paying a market rate for the building?
No, it is a nominal, called a nominal lease rate, which is $1 a year for the term of their lease. They just pay the operational costs and the capital planning towards it.
So that's why we have them responsible for all the maintenance of the building, because they're just basically getting the building for $1. Okay, thank you. And oh yeah, just one final question. And they probably have reason why they haven't come and asked us for money for the last 25 years is because they probably have a maintenance fund that they put into, and anything that goes wrong with the building, they've been able to cover the cost of that themselves.
Yeah, I think they alluded to in their presentation, Councillor Watkins, that they have been saving, they've been using this as their rainy day fund. So they've been building a reserve over the last number of years. And it was through COVID and the loss of revenue that they've had to dip into that reserve and exhaust or exhaust a good portion of it.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right. I'm seeing no more hands up and no more to click in their Granica screen to ask questions. So council I'll wait, but when we get to item 8.2, I'll put a motion forward to fund that 50 grand out of the 2.4 million, just because I think that's appropriate. But we don't have to right now. We can wait till that conversation. So seeing nothing else on business arising. Is that correct? Just sure. All right, I'm going to move on in the agenda to consent agenda. There's a number of consent items. Does anyone want to read it out for us? Read it. Everything's still there except 8.2. So do you want to do that, Councillor Mackay?
Well, if Councillor Watkins.
Councillor Watkins has got it. Yep.
That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1 regular council meeting minutes of March 1st, 2021. 7.1 community living standards committees draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from March 8th, 2021. 7.2 CLSC recommendation arising from Arts Development Advisory Committee. 7.3 CLSC recommendation Municipal Historic Conservation Program policy updates. 7.4 CLSC recommendation arising from Environmental Advisory Committee. 8.1 offsite levy bylaw and annual review. 8.3 letters of support Red Willow Park Meadowview Phase 1 and Ray Gibbon Drive Phase 2 trail systems. 9.1 bylaw 12-2021 land use bylaw Riverside 31 redistricting first reading. And 12.1 civic and external agency councilors updates.
All right. Call for the vote. And voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. Okay, I'm going to have to read a bunch of motions now. I'm not going to read. So the minutes from March 1st were passed on consent. The agenda package and the draft unadopted minutes from the March 8th Community Living Standing Committee was passed on consent as information. There was a CSLC recommendation arising from the Arts Development Advisory Committee that reads as follows: that the Young Artist Legacy Grant proceed for 2021. Number 2, that the changes to Council Policy CCS 10, Lieutenant Governor Distinguished Young Artists Legacy Program shown in the marked up version of the policy attached to the March 15, 2021 report entitled CSLC Recommendation Arising from the Arts Development Advisory Committee be approved, and that the policy be reviewed again prior to 2022. Another recommendation coming from CSLC was the Municipal Historic Conservation Program updates. This is a long one. The motion is as follows: that the revisions to Council Policy CCS 21 Municipal Historic Conservation shown on the marked up copy of the policy attached to the March 15, 2021 agenda report entitled CSSC Recommendation Municipal Historic Conservation Program Policy Updates be approved. That the CAO be directed to make further revisions to the Council Policy CCS 21 to incorporate the following funding model. A, if the Municipal Historic Conservation Program reserve has a balance of 100,000 or greater as of June 30th of a calendar year, the annual funding contribution available for the program for the calendar year is allocated at $0 per capita. B, if the Municipal Historic Conservation Program reserve has a balance of less than 100,000 but not less than 60,000 as of June 30th of a calendar year, the annual funding contribution available for the program for that calendar year is determined by multiplying the city's population as determined by the most recent census by 50 cents. And C, if the Municipal Historic Conservation Program reserve has a balance of less than $60,000 as of June 30th of a calendar year, the Municipal Historic Conservation Program policy and annual funding contribution for the program for that calendar year is brought before council for review. All right, and then the one coming out of the EAC was that that administration be directed to prepare for council's consideration a clean energy improvement tax bylaw under Part 10, Division 6.1 of the MGA, and B, a motion to authorize the CAO to take necessary steps to establish a clean energy improvement program in order to give interested and qualifying St. Albert property owners the opportunity to make clean energy improvements to their properties, thereby reducing St. Albert's carbon footprint, for which the costs initially funded by the city are paid for or reimbursed over time through an annual special purpose property tax levy. Offsite levy bylaw was, first reading was approved on consent. And then also that 2.5 million in the current offsite levy receipts held by the city be allocated and administered as indicated in 2020 offsite levy receipt reconciliation consistent with approved council policy CP&E 08, provided as an attachment to the March 15, 2021 agenda report entitled Offsite Levies Annual Report and 2021 Bylaw Update. Okay, and then that was, where am I next? The next thing is 8.2, which is pandemic response. I pulled this off of consent. I don't know, Mr. Scoble or Ms. McMorty, if you want to do a presentation first for questions.
We didn't really have a presentation prepared as it was on consent, but we're happy to take any questions.
Okay. So council, I'll just tell you why I pulled this off of consent. I thought $2.4 million on the line set aside in our stabilization reserve deserved a conversation by this council. I wanted to make sure everyone of the 7 of us is comfortable with giving Mr. Scoble such broad authority, I guess, is my concern, and wondering if council wanted to have a say in some of these matters, such as the curling club, such as some of the examples that were brought up in the background, or the farmers market, etc. So I guess this is more, not a question and answer, but this is more of a temperature check to see your level of comfortable. It's not confidence in Mr. Scoble, that's not the right word, but it's just if you're comfortable giving away this kind of authority. So I see Councillor Mackay has a question.
Just a follow-up question to administration in relation to some of your opening comments. So when initially when I was looking at the 2.4, I mean, this is something that council had set aside, basically giving city manager a lot of autonomy, because obviously in a very fluid situation, you're going to actually need the ability to move quickly in relation to responding to our pandemic issues. But going forward, so the backgrounder identified some examples of the items that may be used, and then they included lease waivers, business recovery grants, and supports that may be required to support a vaccination center. Some of those things, like the business recovery grants and the and all that, would you not want to bring those back in front of council anyways, or would you have just done that out of just normal business practice?
Through the chair, well, thanks for the question. Well, to start off, a lot of this is revalidation of costs that are continuing to be incurred. So we wanted to just revalidate it for this year. So, you know, things like continuing to work with our leaseholders and service place that can't operate their businesses right now, like that's ongoing. We continue to have operational expenses that we incur. Many of them are costs we've been incurring for a while, such as fogging of the buses, but we also have new costs. We had to hire an additional person at service to almost like an air traffic controller mode, I guess, coordinate the school groups with the general public, and because they're all moving through it and they all have different rules. So there's, you know, continues to be some incremental costs come up from time to time like that as well. In terms of, I guess, what's new, yeah, I mean, in terms of recovery, you know, anything would come from the recovery task force through to council as a recommendation. But then, you know, if council's already set this money aside, it's there without having to go through an extra step or what have you from that point. New business items or new activities, you know, the curling club we've just talked about, right? So it was, the intent of anything that's new is really if it's an entity that's been impacted by the pandemic and the city. So in the case of the curling club, we asked them to do the refrigeration, and then the pandemic came, they've lost all their revenues, right? So now they find themselves in the situation. And they, you know, as noted in their presentation, they've been very diligent in managing their costs and reducing wages and laying off staff. So, you know, it's kind of, it's meant to kind of help with that kind of stuff, I guess, where it's kind of a double whammy, if you want to call that, something imposed by the city and the pandemic. You know, in the case of the farmers market, we may not be able to let them go where they want, where their costs are less, because we're holding that space in reserve for other things, right, associated with the pandemic. So they may have to operate in location that's more expensive for them.
All right, thank you. I think that answered my questions and concerns. I just was, when I highlighted that particular area, because I thought some of that would more focus in relation to the COVID recovery task force and some of the recommendations arising out of that. But I guess if administration needs to action those recommendations, then it is good to have a fund identified. Anyways, I think that's all.
Okay. I'll also let council know my thoughts too. Was the original motion on March 13th of last year was for $1 million. So I would be comfortable, amending this motion to say leave 1 million or allocated in the stabilization reserve, because I don't know if we need the 2.4. And as we've seen, you've come and asked for more as the pandemic progressed, and we were happy to do that. I just would like to be aware of that, I guess. And even the curling club, it's sometimes it's a decision point that could get political. And so I think it's a conversation between you and your council. That might be. I see Councillor Hansen has a question, but I have a quick one. There was 400,000 in there for the transit buses. Did that happen? So if we actually already have spent 400,000.
Yes, we used that funding for the modifications of the driver's area, so they're enclosed.
Right.
And that funding was taken out of that original COVID recovery funding that was allocated. But I believe at the end of the year we were able to, through our budget, and I'll let Diane McMorty maybe speak to that, but we were able to basically not utilize that funding. By the end of the year, we were able to find those additional savings, so we were able to move forward without accessing that identified funding. That made sense.
Okay,
Diane.
Yeah, no, that's correct. So we had enough cost savings within our normal operations to be able to cover that funding without actually having to use anything that was committed from the stabilization reserve.
Which is awesome. I mean, that's great, but we identified a funding source for the transit shields. And so anyway, it's just the number 2.4.
Your comments fair, Mayor, like graduated like $1 million to start or something would probably be appropriate. I mean, admittedly, we kind of rushing this through with everything else going on. So, if we were to do it on a graduated approach, and we fully intend to continue with the financial reporting that we've been doing as well, like we were doing last year, so that council always knows where we're at on our COVID expenditures.
Okay, cool. And then maybe a question for Ledge. If we wanted to add in the curling club into this motion so it's explicit, can we think about that? I'm going to go to Councillor Hansen first.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. I did, as soon as I read this agenda report, my first thought was, well, why don't we use this for the curling club? Could we just add a friendly in there just to say under B with regular expenditure reporting back to council? I mean, you're already doing that, but I'm comfortable with this because we've been very focused on the recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic, and expenditures are going to have to happen. But as long as we're getting up-to-date reports on where the expenditures are happening, that's the only accountability I feel I need at this point in time. And if the money's not all used, it'll go. So I'm okay with the way it stands now, except that maybe just for clarity, add that friendly that says with regular expenditure reporting back to council at the end of B.
Okay.
Is that a friendly?
No one's put the motion on the floor.
I know nobody's put the motion on the floor, but I mean, I guess that's just the clarifying point.
Okay. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the question more is, Mr. Scoville, are you comfortable with all of a sudden assuming the responsibility for all of this?
Through the chair. So like I said, most of the costs will be things that we've already been responsible for administration for the past year. The main function behind this was to revalidate it for this year. We thought it would be prudent to bring it forward and make that official again now that the pandemic continues and as we move through the vaccinations and into recovery here. So like I said, there are some new costs and I mean, the reality is if there's something that I don't approve, then chances are that party may show up at council anyways, so asking for those funds. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Councillor Hanson, I certainly support where you're going with this. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. As usual, Councillor Broadhead's insights always generate more questions. So I guess, I mean, and maybe it's to legislate. I mean, if the intent of this fund was to identify the city's impacts around COVID-19 and be able to respond, why would it need to be a motion from council? Why could we not just leave it with administration to deal with the impacts of the curling rink and the COVID recovery? Like why, just similar to what they did in relation to identifying the transit dollars, why would they not identify the impact? And realizing the distinct separation and identified by Mr. Scoble around the fact that it was city operations and a city-owned facility, not, we're not talking business grants and we're not talking other issues that are out there because they wouldn't qualify under this. So I'm just wondering, maybe Mr. LaFleur, would we even need a motion around that, or could we leave it with administration, or would administration feel more comfortable with an actual direction from council?
So through the chair, there were 3 separate motions last year that were not time limited. They were not limited to the year 2020. They were just basically, you have this money, Mr. Scoble, to spend on COVID-related extraordinary costs, right? And so if you did nothing today, if you made no motion at all, that money is still there, okay? Mr. Scoble speaks of revalidating it, and I understand that from a public perception or political point of view, that's a really important thing. But if you're asking me, your lawyer, I will tell you that legally, he's got that money anyway, okay? And so you don't necessarily need a motion, whether you want to make one or whether you want to, look at, giving him a certain amount of discretion with some of the money to spend it on whatever he sees fit, but then anything over than that, come back to council. There's any number of ways you could cut it. But if you do nothing, he has that money now.
And that typical lawyer, I have more questions when I'm.
That's fine.
No, I'm joking.
We try to be sure that what we say is 100% accurate and totally useless.
Yeah. Much like
that's engineers.
Much like myself.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, I'm not sure, again, back to you, Mr. Scoble, would you feel comfortable with the topic and the discussion that we've had, particularly around that in relation to the curling rink, and then whether or not we arrive at $1 million? I mean, where would the other $1.5 million go then? Would it go back into stabilization fund? Where would it go?
If I could just speak to that, yeah, the money would just be uncommitted within the stabilization reserve. So right now we just have it committed so that it can't be sort of utilized for anything else, and it would be uncommitted if you change the dollar value.
Just to follow up then, Mr. Scoble, do you feel comfortable with the conversation today that would you prefer a motion that would direct administration for the $50,000 as discussed to deal with the COVID-related expenses from the curling rink, or can you just take it from
If council did not put it in as a friendly amendment, I would be comfortable. Again, the basis for it is city operations and pandemic related, where the two kind of work together. And if this direction was given by council today, I would actually use the curling club, I guess, as the case study or the roadmap, so to speak, for future application.
I mean, and realistically wise, I mean, the curling club has come to us with the number. I would leave it up to you and administration to maybe perhaps arrive at a number that's, with due diligence.
It begs the question that if the money's there, why did the curling club have to come to us today? So there's nuances, and I'm going to get you right away, Councillor Jolly, that I'm actually almost trying to protect Mr. Scoble from. A couple years ago, the city manager, wasn't Mr. Scoble at the time, felt it was in his authority to paint sidewalks and caused an amazing community uproar over a small amount of money. So some things are political and some things aren't, and there's a fine line, and that's just where I'm talking about today. So I think the motion's a good motion to have to reaffirm that we want you to continue. But if it gets on the floor, I will be amending it to $1 million. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I guess just to add my voice, I have every confidence that the 2.4 that we've already approved for this use will be well spent. I appreciate that Mr. Scoble wanted this kind of reaffirmed by council because it's been a long year. It feels like longer than a year since we approved all this spending. I kind of agree with Councillor Mackay's comments that my preference would just to be leave specific items out of the motion and leave that up to administration. I think that's our best bet for that kind of that decision. And I really like the idea of this being a case study of how this fund can be used to help community. So I just wanted to add my 2 thoughts there. And even if we don't bring forward the motion, I'm comfortable with that as well, because it's not bringing forward it is confirming that we're happy with the decision that we made last year.
Any more questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I agree with you, Mayor Herron, like $1 million's enough if it comes back. Out of the stuff that you already know, Mr. Scoble, that's coming, that's recurring, how much money do we know we're going to be spending or expect to be spending this year specifically on these items that we're bringing forward today? And I ask this because I know we had the 2.4 million, but there was such a commitment to find savings that we never used it. So we really don't have disclosure of how, or the public's not really aware of how much money it's actually cost us to do it to date and how much more money we're expecting to spend on this, right? And one of the concerns I have is that, not that you're doing it, is that people don't understand, like I'm saying the province and other levels, to understand how much it's really costing municipalities to jump through all the hoops as well. We hear about the problems that happen to businesses, but it's costing us a lot of money to do this as well. So I'm wondering how much of the 2.4 are you expecting, like, we're going to need to spend this for sure moving forward?
Yeah, I think there was 2 parts to your question.
Sure.
I'm probably actually going to defer to Diane on both. On last year's expenditures, I believe we were summarizing those in the reports we were bringing forward, and I can't remember the exact number, but perhaps Diane does off the top of her head. I don't think the expenditures this year, at least on the City of St. Albert operations, are as high. We don't have the burn rate that we did originally with procuring a lot of the stuff we did, like the fogging machines and that. But that said, we are still, buying PPE as we need to. We've still got enhanced cleaning. We'll be opening the pavilion washroom shortly, and that'll, we'll be doing enhanced cleaning there, which we haven't been doing for the last 5 or 6 months since we shut them down for the winter. So there's all these things that come ebb and flow, I guess you could say. But I think, Diane can talk a little bit to both our expenditures last year and our projections for this year a little better.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Scoble. In terms of last year, I actually unfortunately don't have the number right off the top of my head, but I can find that because we were tracking our expenditures fairly closely, so I can certainly get back to council with that information. The one difference that we do have this year, though, is that we actually worked to build in a lot of our COVID related costs directly into our 21 budget, recognizing that a lot of the especially cleaning stuff like hand sanitizer and those kind of things, we're really going to become sort of a way of life probably for a long time, if not forever. So a lot of those have been built into our 21 budget already, so we wouldn't even consider those extraordinary costs, I guess, at this point anymore, unless for some reason something changed. So what we're focusing on now in capturing is really it's quite often going to be to do with changes from the province in terms of restrictions and new things that we're required to do for the pandemic that are not sort of already built into our budget. So the only one I can think of that's sort of over and above what we have budgeted in the 21 budget is we do have some costs related to the transit cleaning piece that are somewhat outside of our existing approved budget that we would potentially be looking to utilize these funds for if we're not able to offset them. We worked really hard last year, of course, to really manage our costs, and we're still diligently trying to do that. So the hope is that we don't have to use any of it again this year, but it's just having that comfort that we do have that money available if we need it.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Follow up on your first question. So the number here was around 2.2 or 2.3. It's in our report. So we do know how much it cost us last year. It's just, of course, with the measures we took, we ended up actually not spending of it or not needing it, but it actually was in 2.2, 2.3, but we can get you that number. It was in our last reports.
It's about what we have now. Okay, so because the one concern I have about this is that majority of the operational changes that we've done or that you've put forward, Mr. Scoble, to deal with the financial aspects, especially in the organizational aspects, have just been done within the budget. But my concern is the community and business supports, because I understand that the curling club came and they have their reasons for coming, but it also sets a precedent for all the other community and businesses that have also struggled to come to the million or 2.4 million, whichever passes well, and plead their story. And so I'm wondering if I guess I'm looking for how you feel if we were to remove community and business supports from, like, it would be organizational and other supports required for the vaccination program, and leave the political aspects to the politicians to protect you in many ways, because I just don't personally think that you need to sit there and have to handle the deluge of people coming to ask for money at the well, in your office, so to speak. So I guess it's what I'm thinking of is it should just be organizational and then also supports required for the vaccination program. And at that same time, we can include the curling club for their request at the same time. So we've handled them. But I'm concerned about everyone has suffered. Like, there isn't an organization out there that has not severely suffered from having to deal with the past year and moving forward. And I'm worried about opening Pandora's box and then leaving it to you to shuffle through it. So how do you feel about, I realize that this is our emotions, but if the community and business supports was removed, what would be the impact to what you couldn't do that you were considering?
Through the chair. So, I'm fine either way. I do recognize and I do appreciate his comments that it's not without controversy, and I'm willing to take on some of the churn if council wants, but at the same time, I don't necessarily need the churn with everything else going on if council wants to continue to take that on. So,
okay. I'm asking, I'm not sure, Cheryl, if there's the wording for the curling club already written somewhere else that we could pull up.
I'm getting a nod from her.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to put that in the chat or somewhere as well, I'm hoping.
Okay. She's gonna put that in
Okay. I'm willing to put forward the motion, Mayor, but with the 1 million and then removing the community business supports. So if you want, I can do that whenever there's more questions.
You want to remove community business supports?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys can put it back in later if you want. You can always argue back.
I'd bring that amendment forward.
Pardon?
I would bring an amendment forward to bring that aspect back if that's
okay. So let's hold on. I want to make sure questions are done before, and I'm actually thinking they are because I don't see any hands up. So why don't we get Councillor Hughes to read the motion as she wants it, and then I will turn to you, Councillor Jolly, and anyone else wants to amend it.
Mayor, do we have to read all the whereases as well? Can we just read the motions?
I believe that's okay.
Okay. Let it be resolved that the city maintain a commitment.
Hold on one sec, Councillor Hughes. Because not everybody here is logged onto Zoom, so can we also have it in Granicus? Thank you. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay. That the city maintain a commitment of $1 million for COVID-related costs within the stabilization reserve, and B, that the chief minister or officer have the authority to utilize that said funds for expenditures the CAO deems appropriate in relation to ongoing COVID-19 response and recovery without further or specific council approval, including expenditures for organizational and as well as any supports that may be required for a vaccination program. And then also then that and C, that a grant for $50,000 be made to Snubber Curling Club for the purpose of assisting the club with paying unanticipated costs of upgrading the ammonia plant at the club building, subject to execution of a grant agreement satisfactory to the CAO, with the source funding being the recovery fund established by council in 2020. So this would take 50,000.
that's set aside.
Yeah.
The-
So I'm assuming it would come from the 1 million that we're taking now, so we'd have 950,000.
This motion still has 2.4 in it.
Yeah. So I didn't say 2.4 million. So we can say it from this fund, from the $1 million COVID recovery fund established by council.
Right.
There it is. Yeah.
All right. Now, before I accept that, Councillor Jolly, you want to throw back in as an amendment? You want to bring in the community and business supports?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Great.
So that's not a friendly. I'm assuming it's an amending motion. I'm going to accept that. Oh, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes to the one point, and I don't know whether it was captured or not, but I mean, right now we had a presentation of 50,000 from the curling club, and I support the curling club, and I'm sure they could back up their numbers, but I would like to see the numbers and be assured that that's the numbers we needed, or was that just a number on their, well, was that a number on their book? I mean, is that actually the cost to complete the ammonia refrigeration plant project? Because we had 90,000.
No, their original budget was 51,000 and they spent 147. So they're kind of cutting it in the middle.
Okay, they're cutting it themselves. But I mean, one way, I'm not getting into debate like Councillor Hansen said too, but one way that we can be assured that we have some accountability is that under the, when this fund was managed under the city manager, CAO, he could look at those numbers and confirm that those were the numbers were correct. This way, we're just giving them the 50K.
It's just a request, and I think he would have taken it as a request for 50 and given him 50. I don't know. I don't think he wants to go through all their books and try to find out if it's 50,000.
Well, they wouldn't have to go through their books. They would have the project, and it sounded like already administration had a pretty good accounting of that project. So that's all I'm just saying. I mean, we're talking about overseeing the city manager and worrying about it, and then we're just going to get 50 grand.
That was the request. That's all.
I know that was, and I would support the request, but I'm just trying to think this.
Okay, is there a question on the amending motion?
Yeah, I'm questioning whether or not we just arbitrarily assign the 50K, but I don't know of any cleaner way of doing it.
Okay. Is there a cleaner way, or is 50K appropriate?
Well, again, I think administration, the Rec and Parks Department would work with the curling club. We probably, I don't think we'd do a complete audit, but we would take a look at their invoices and that. I mean, in all fairness, our estimates for our work came in higher than anticipated as well at our facilities. So.
No, and that's all. That's really only the confidence that I need. I just wanted to make sure, because we had in the discussion and questions, we had a lot of comments about potentially the optics and whatever. And so I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with the fact that that's going to occur. That's all.
Okay, I've got Councillor Hansen and then Councillor Jolly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For me, I would like to split out C because I just don't think we need C. I want the FA and B are passed. So
Okay, we'll split it.
yeah, I'd like to split C out and debate that separately.
That's okay. And Councillor Jolly, your amending motion is actually to number 2 anyway. So you have a question?
Well, Councillor Hansen's splitting of the motion solves this problem, but I was going to suggest that to the end of my amending motion that we also remove C, because if we include community and business supports, then that would, like Mr. Scoble has said, that he can arrange the funding for curling. We don't need to have a separate motion for that. So either way works for me.
Okay, so no more questions? I think I just gotta take those off. All right, no more questions. So I'm gonna accept the amending motion to add in community and business supports. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So this was originally included in our kind of funding for kind of COVID response because administration is able to be so nimble in supporting the community organizations. And I have every confidence that Mr. Scoble will work with ESA, will work with the Recovery Task Force to make sure that kind of adequate systems are in place to create guidelines for who funding is for. And I really appreciate the comment today that the curling club could kind of set the example, set the bar for what that looks like. What I see happening if we don't include this is council chambers will be a revolving door of requests, and we're going to have to deal with them one at a time instead of kind of more systematically, more strategically. So that is why I'd like to see this included in the motion. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments on debate of the amending motion? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I certainly support this as well. I think one of the things that that council is trying to do, this is clearly a unique situation in the history of St. Albert where we're dealing with a pandemic, and if there's a mechanism whereby Mr. Scoble is able to equitably assist COVID-related impacts or deferring COVID-related impacts, similar to what happened to the curling club, then I think it's good good business practice on our part to support our community in that regard. So I'm confident in his ability to administer that appropriately and equitably, and certainly support this.
Anyone else? Sorry, I can't see everyone's faces right now. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So the reason why I didn't have it in here is because, like I've said, we're looking at one case right now and going, oh, look, the curling club came and they would like more money and we are comfortable with that, is the impression I'm getting from this council. And that's not the case when you start opening up the door and saying community and business supports is now a new standard. The city manager is now going to have to figure out somehow a way to handle it. And then people coming to the money well is going to start to come, because we've now, this statement says, we are now opening up money for community business supports for anybody who's had an issue, which is everybody has had an issue. So regardless of what the rationale is behind it. So I would much rather have them have to actually come and do a public disclosure asking for it than have to go to the city manager and ask for it. And quite frankly, we are not stopping the people from coming to the well by saying we're allowing Mr. Scoble to handle it. What we're going to have is that if he says no, they'll come as a revolving door to the city council. And we put a standard in here saying business and community supports are welcome to come and do this. So that's why I'd rather have it be an exemption and not the expectation of a new standard. Because we have money that $1 million can go really fast and can be 2.4 million higher and higher, because there will be nobody who is not going to say they have been unaffected and could not use assistance moving forward. So that is why I'd rather have it be a public disclosure. And if they have to come to council, fine. That would be far better than leaving it in the city manager's hands and trying to handle the revolving door that will be happening, and a revolving door that the public won't even be aware is happening. So that is why I thought it should be take the politics out of Mr. Scoble's job, because he's not a politician, and he's just not a politician by choice. He has to run the city and not handle every single one that comes forward and asking for money, because everybody will have a valid reason to come and ask for more money. And I guess the question is, how much money do you want to put into a bailout fund? Because that's what's going to happen if we start moving this forward, and that's what I expect. I would love to be wrong on this, because I suspect that this amendment's going to pass. But we are opening Pandora's box here by giving people the impression that community business supports just simply have to go to the city council, and if he says no, or the city manager, if he says no, go to city council and start giving out money. And that's why I'd rather have it be an exception and not the rule. That's it.
All right, I've got Councillor Hanson up next. Oh, did you want to adjust some of that?
Well, if I might suggest, we put it in the body of the report, and perhaps we should have been clearer in the recommendation. As I've said a couple times, this is about where there's an existing city relationship with the group.
Like a leasing?
Like I've said, it has to be impacted by the pandemic and city operations, right? So the curling club meets that dual test, I guess you could say. So I might suggest an amendment to this that maybe it's a little more specific, because that was never the intent of this report, to open the doors, so to speak, on any group. It was where an organization that we normally do business with has been impacted by our operations and the pandemic.
Okay. So are you suggesting a friendly amendment?
Well, I don't know whether Councillor Hanson.
You know what? Let's finish this process and then we'll just maybe even just have it on the record clarified somewhere because I think we're okay. Councillor Hanson and then Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. And I'm going to agree with Councillor Jolly. I really believe that Mr. Scoville and the team have done a remarkable job as it goes throughout this pandemic and recovery, and put the money where it was needed as we've moved along. And we've already moved it from 2.4 to 1 million. And there are going to be some costs that need to be addressed. And I don't think that every cost needs to come to council for some kind of approval. I have full confidence that we do get reports, and I didn't put the friendly through saying, come back with us with a report, because really Diane does that for us anyway. We always get a recovery task force or a recovery pandemic report. So I'm assuming we're going to see how the expenditures are going through, and I have full confidence. And I think the community and business supports need to be in there. That's part of what makes our community, and we have relationships with the whole community. So from my perspective, $1 million could get eaten up pretty fast. But I would just like Mr. Scoville to be in charge and make some good decisions around that as we continue to recover. I don't think every last thing needs to come through council. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
Well, you could tell by the sense of direction I was going with my questioning, but always the intent of the questioning was to follow the backgrounder. And I was more specific around the impacts that were on that part of operations within the city. So for example, already identified the costs of setting up in the emergency operations centers, buying PPE, some of the impacts related to closing down our facilities. So when I looked at the $2.4 million and prior to that previous motions, we were always talking about city operations and the impacts, not community. That's why we established the COVID-19 Recovery Task Force. That was supposed to come back with potentially some action items, and has come back with action items that have dealt with community, business, and nonprofit supports. So if we leave it as amended with the community and business supports, we're actually hanging our city administration out a little bit, where we will be challenged because it is broad, unless we start to narrow it down. Because that's where I saw the curling rink, because the curling rink is a city-owned facility. We have a leaseholder. Through occupational health and service regulations amendments at a provincial level, it was identified not only for the curling rink, but also for our ice facilities in our arenas, that we needed to upgrade our ammonia refrigeration plants. So this is separate and above, and entirely within city operations, to be able to fund that out of our COVID-19 response. But if we amend it and allow community and business supports, then we're really usurping COVID-19 Recovery Task Force recommendations. And we're going to be, like Councillor Hughes, potentially setting ourselves up to be inundated with a lot of our business and community and nonprofits who rightfully so have been impacted by COVID-19 and the realities of operating their businesses or operating their nonprofits within our community. So we're just too vague in this. And rather than talking about city operations, this opens up the floor for any one of our community and business supports to come in and ask and to get access to that $1 million, not specifically city operations. So we've already identified $400,000 for transit, and that was around putting up protective barriers to protect our bus drivers. And I've already identified PPE, and I've already identified some of the other operations around that. And we have put out to the province that we are open to creating a mass vaccinations center or using our facilities for that. And I'm sure that will come with significant costs. Mr. Scoble's already identified staffing impacts. I don't even know if $1 million is going to suffice when we really get to that. I mean, Mr. Scoble's going to have to come back. We're going to have to maybe look at increasing it back up to 2.4 million. But I'm more concerned around the amendment right now, and that's kind of what I'm speaking about. And I think we're just too broad. So I'm not going to support the amendment just based on that. I think we need to make sure that we're specifically dealing with city operations. So if that's if that's implied, I don't know, but I think we need to be way more specific around that and keep it to city operations as to why we're using this.
Good points all around. So I guess it's up to me to figure out how I'm going to vote. I'm gonna say I support Councillor Jolly's amendment, mostly because I have so much complete faith in Mr. Scoble. He understands the politics and will bring the politically challenging ones to council, and he can. I think he's heard from this council today that it's about very tightly related to businesses that have been impacted by two things: COVID and the city. So the farmers market is a good example. They can't set up at Service Place because of Service Place actually being open and with the testing sites there now. So they have to move down to, well, and thankfully I can't wait to see them back downtown, but that will come with its own costs. So I don't think that needs to come to council. And I can just make you all promise that if there is something coming out of the COVID recovery task force, Ken and Jackie and I will bring it to council. And then if there's a grant program, then we can use this identified $1 million, or we can come up with another funding source for supports for our businesses. So I'm going to support the amendment, and I'm going to let Councillor Jolly close.
Thank you. My only comments to close would be to thank you to Mr. Scoble for clarifying how this would be used, and that it's not going to be a free-for-all. It is for organizations that are connected to the municipality through leases, service agreements, and Mayor Herron, the examples that you provided were excellent, and I'm looking forward to the farmers market downtown, and a lot of the things that we're looking forward to in the spring and summer. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, calling for the vote on the amendment. That motion passes by majority with Mayor Herron, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Jolly in favor, and Councillor Hughes, Mackay, and Watkins against. All right, so back to the amended motion, and that is you, Councillor Hughes.
So can we withdraw section C then, since it is redundant?
You know what? You can. I would like to see it there, just so we have the confidence that this does fall under that category. This is a council decision. Is it COVID or is it not? And it's up to you, Councillor Hughes, but I think it would be nice to publicly give that support to both the Curling Club and to Mr. Scoble to know that
okay,
he made a right judgment call on this one.
Okay.
Because don't forget this, before we had this conversation, he wasn't going to fund it through this fund. So it came to council.
Okay. Well, either way, it comes from the stabilization reserve. So, okay, fine. Okay, we can leave it. Let me just go back to my other screen. So on the main motion, and I brought this forward, but I'll tell you, I still am doing it with hesitancy, and it's not because I don't trust you, Mr. Scoble. I think that what you have done in the past year as far as disaster mitigation has been notable and impressive. But I'm just hesitant to give away so much of council's power to any individual, period. And so I'm doing it, I brought it forward because it was $1 million and not the 2.4 million. And quite frankly, Mr. Scoble administration has been so diligent about the funding sources of everything that we actually never had to use the 2.4 million last year. So while we're saying 1 million this year, I would not be surprised if sufficient savings are still found that we don't even have to dip into the 1 million. But it is the continual without further council approval that always just seems to that's the part that I'm always having such an issue with. And the other concern I have is now this amendment is passed, is that we are now choosing favorites because the community business supports that have a relationship with the city have potential to have funding, and those that are completely self-sufficient are completely on their own. So this is going to literally pick favorites for community and business supports with what we're doing. So I'm not even sure I'm going to vote in favor of this right now, and not because I don't trust you, Mr. Scoble, like I said, it's just because of what we are doing inadvertently. But I will, the only thing that I do it is because it's down to $1 million that I feel comfortable with what to move this forward. But I am concerned about Pandora's box that we just opened, and I'm concerned about picking favorites, which we've just finished saying we're doing. And I don't have a problem having council to do more approvals of things. But I will, because of the past history of how well it has been managed to date, I will continue to have confidence in what's moving forward. So that's all I have.
All right, I've got Councillor Mackay.
I'm just looking at, wasn't C split out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it Councillor Hanson that wanted it split out? Okay.
I just saw all three of them.
If she's going to move it, is anyone going to vote against it?
No.
You know what I mean?
I might, Mayor Heron. I don't know yet.
Okay, can you split out C? Thank you. Okay, on the first two.
Well, I think the comments have already been made in my comments in relation to the amendment. So I do share some concerns about B, but I'm willing because of my confidence again, and for all of the reasons that were outlined in Councillor Hughes, and also all the support she's provided in relation to administration, and particularly the leadership of Mr. Scoble in this particular trying times. I think this puts some of the burden where it needs to be, the $1 million back onto council, taking some of that burden off of the shoulders of administration. I just worry about the confusion we've caused in B. Anyways, I will wait for other members of council's comments before I.
Anyone else want to get in debate? I'm seeing no more hands up. I'm going to call. No, it's Councillor Hughes to close.
Nothing further.
Call for the vote. You're going to have to make up your mind. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Clear as mud, Mr. Scoble. Okay, can we have C back on the screen just to give our support to the curling club that they qualify under this clear as mud? So, Councillor Hughes, anything to add on the curling club? Oh, Councillor Lafleur, Mr. Lafleur.
Just a small point, but I think an important one. What you have in your chat at the very end of motion C, it mentions the source of funding being the $1 million COVID recovery fund established by council in 2020. That is now not strictly accurate. That is it should read the $1 million approved by council to be committed within the stabilization reserve. I hope Diane McMorty would.
That makes sense. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Can we just say so moved? Because I don't have it in front of me, but
we can clean that up for the minutes. Don't worry, as long as everybody understands it.
Yes.
So it should read the 1 million. It should read 1 million, not 2.4.
Yeah.
1 million committed in the stabilization reserve for COVID recovery.
Perfect. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. And don't worry, it will be cleaned up in the minutes as long as everybody understands that.
Is that good with you, Councillor Hughes?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is her motion. It's her motion. So that's getting cleaned up. Any comments, Councillor Hughes, on curling?
No, we're going to have, everybody has a reason to get money. So I understand they came to what's many would consider to be a magical podium, and then promptly you're getting their $50,000. And I'm wondering how many other organizations out there are suffering as well with the $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 that have not come to council and asked for it. But I'm prepared to, at this point, at least agree to the $50,000 so they can move forward, because they are going through they're burning through savings pretty quickly, but they are not a story.
All right, Councillor Jolly, then Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. I think the Curling Club is an excellent example of how this funding should be spent. That said, because of Councillor Hughes' magical podium, I'm not going to support this motion, and it's not because I don't want them to have the 50,000, but it's because I want it to come through an administrative process that is kind of putting those checks and balances in place instead of a political decision. So that's my reason for voting against this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I'm sort of following along Councillor Jolly's train of thought. I guess the question I would have is, if council approves this, it's just a reaffirmation of what administration was planning on doing.
They weren't planning on doing
I know
it.
they weren't, but we have talked about this so that the intention of that funding is now
It's clear.
this
Yeah.
type of thing. So, I mean, the only reason why I think I would vote in favor of this today is that I would have doubt that Mr. Scoville wouldn't provide them with funding through the fund that we approved.
Yeah.
And I think I have confidence that he would. So I really think this is a redundant motion. That's why I had it split out. So I am going to vote against it with the assumption that it will move through the administrative process.
Councillor Mackay.
Well, I'm gonna support it on the risk that it would fail, because and then what would it, and then, but I do support, I understand entirely Councillor Jolly's and Councillor Hanson's arguments, because why would we need this if we had A and B? And I mean, all this does is prove that we're not trusting administration, and we're directing administration in something we've just given them the ability to do. So, I mean, that's the clear mud argument, Madam Mayor, that you've created, or not you've created, we've created, pardon me, excuse me for that. I didn't mean you personally, I'm talking about the council. But I mean, so I'm going to support this because, I mean, what message would that send if we failed? So anyways, that's my comment.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Exactly, Councillor Mackay. If we pass this, we clearly make a statement about what this kind of money is used for. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I'll say I wanted this actually part of today's vote because before today, Mr. Scoville did not see this as a potential use of that 2.4 that we had committed. And so it landed in our council fees. So this is a council response to a request, and that's why it's important. A vote against this means you don't want the curling club to have $50,000. That's what the motion says. You, Councillor Henson and Councillor Joy, I think a vote against this is going through a different process, but no, a vote against this is meaning the curling club doesn't get money. So I really want this to pass, and I want it to be a very clear sign that this is a perfect example of what this money is used for. Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you, and that's just it. So if this fails, then it's not about telling them to go back and ask administration, because administration has a clear direction from council to not give them the money. So if this was not a question, then you could say we could ask administration, but the question brought forward now, and so now it's a yes or no. And if you say no, then Mr. Scoville has clear direction from council to not give him the money. Period, full stop. Not to go back and ask him again if he thinks about it differently or how we do a process differently. That's not up for debate right now. The question is, at the end of the day, do you want them to have the money or do you not want them to have the money? And if it's a no, it means it's not going to happen. It's not going to go through a different chain. Nothing else is going to go forward. They're not going to get the cash because Mr. Scoville has clear direction from council. Yes to the money or no to the money. And if we say no, he cannot overrule us. He knows that and we know that. That's how it ends. So it's a yes or no. Does the curling club get $50,000? Full stop.
Call for the vote. That motion passes by majority with Councillor Jolly opposed. All right, I was hoping we'd get out of here by 4:30, but it's 4:38. We have 22 minutes to have dinner, which is here for us, and Councillor Jolly and everyone at home, grab a bite to eat, refuel, and we'll see you at 5 for a public hearing. Okay, it is 5 o'clock. We are moving on to our public hearing on the MDP. We got Councillor Jolly. Okay, everybody's back. So I'm declaring the public hearing on bylaw 2020. Well, that is not it. Yes, 2020 be opened. We have, I think we've done enough public hearings that you all know the process. I will start with a presentation by administration, and then we will allow questions of council to administration, and then we will go to the public. And we do have a fair amount of people registered to speak from the public, and then we have questions of the public, and then we will go back to staff, and you guys know the process. Okay, excuse me. So which lucky staff member is going to be doing the presentation? Adrian? Okay.
If it's okay with you, Mayor, I'll introduce it, and then Katie Mahoney will do the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce the Planning and Development Department's Municipal Development Team, who will be presenting Flourish, the city's new municipal development plan. As you are aware, Flourish has offered the city an exciting opportunity to identify how and where the city wants to grow as the population expands to 100,000 residents. Online with us today, we have Katie Mahoney, project lead, as well as Christina Peter, planning branch manager, and 3 planners, Jesse Fry, Lindsay Francis, and Tracy Sui, all key members of the municipal development plan team. The work being presented today represents nearly 3 years and thousands of hours of work, as well as extensive engagement with residents and stakeholders within St. Albert on the future growth of the city. As I mentioned before, Katie Mahoney will be leading the presentation today, and I now turn the time over to her.
Hello, Katie.
Thank you, Adrian. Hello, everyone. I guess, do I just open up my PowerPoint presentation and share it with everyone?
Yes.
Try that again. You can see, but you can see everything, like the notes, the...
We can still see the speaking notes.
Katie, would you like me to share the presentation?
I'll just switch the view. Yep. I'll just... I think that should do it.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, looks good on my end too. So I apologize for the delay. As Adrian mentioned, my name is Katie Mahoney. I'm the Senior Long Range Planner with the City of St. Albert. I've also had the privilege of leading Flourish for the past 3 years, and I'll take you through the journey of Flourish this evening. So what we want to share with you tonight is we want to go over the Flourish background. So what is Flourish? Why do we need it? We're going to talk a bit about engagement. Then we'll get into policy development. So how the policies were crafted. We'll move into a plan overview, and then we'll get into the proposed changes and recommendation. So to start, we'll talk a bit about Flourish and the background. So what is Flourish? Flourish is St. Albert's new municipal development plan, or MDP. It is a long-range policy planning document that will guide growth and development across the city over the coming decades. Flourish integrates the city's environmental, economic, social, and cultural aspirations all under one plan. Now, this is a very comprehensive and integrated plan. Flourish is also a foundational document for the city. So while it is a very comprehensive plan, there are other plans that will follow this MDP where greater details or directions can be outlined. So as it relates to planning and development, this includes the land use bylaw and also area-specific plans, including area structure plans, area redevelopment plans. And also the MDP will inform future complementary city plans, such as master plans or strategies. Flourish fulfills Council's #1 strategic plan priority. It also supports other strategic priorities or provides a foundation for them. So this includes enabling and facilitating a range of housing options, as well as increasing the non-residential growth in our city. Why do we need Flourish? Well, our new MDP is required to align with the Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Growth Plan. And the project team has worked very hard over the past 3 years to ensure alignment with the regional growth plan. We are confident that Flourish aligns with the regional growth plan, and this has been validated by the region's recent approval of our proposed new MDP. Some more reasons why we need Flourish is because it will provide certainty and clarity for other city departments, developers, citizens about future land uses in the city and development decisions. Flourish also prepares us for numerous drivers of change, and these drivers of change can be found at the onset of the document, but to highlight a few, these would include climate change and an aging population. So no doubt, COVID-19 has impacted all of our lives, and the full extent of these implications resulting from the pandemic are unknown. Flourish is based on sound planning principles, and some of these have become even more relevant during the pandemic. So for example, policies that speak to walkability, having walking options on both sides of the street have really lent themselves well during a global pandemic. Now, that being said, Flourish is a dynamic document that we intend to review regularly and propose to update every 5 years, so we can change policy direction as required. Flourish was developed through 4 project phases. We kicked off the project in fall of 2018 by exploring issues and opportunities. We then moved into phase 2, which focused on developing the goals for Flourish. As well, if you recall, we developed 3 different growth scenarios. Then, as part of phase 3, we moved into policy development. And within that phase, there was policy refinement. And as we moved into phase 4, there was further policy refining, revising, and ultimately finalization. In terms of promoting the project and community engagement, the project team did everything we could possibly think of to promote Flourish. So in addition to traditional methods such as newspaper ads, we did paid Facebook or social media ads. We utilized around a utility billing. We attached little cards to every permit that the department issued. At one point, we had bookmarks in the library. We utilized signage across the city. We had over 25 pop-up booths pre-COVID times, but at popular community gathering spaces all across the city. We had our Project Champions team, which I'll talk about a little bit later. And we also had a photo contest. So in terms of our engagement success, the foundation for Flourish that we used was Cultivating Our Future, so the city's vision document. And at that point, it was the most successful engagement the city had ever undertaken. And there was an impressive 6,000 people engaged in that process. So we had a really high benchmark to work with or to work towards. which is why we put so much effort into engagement as part of this project. And towards the end of last year, as we began to put together our own engagement numbers, we used the same methodology or the same metrics as to how the 6,000 was calculated. And I have to say, I was quite blown away with the number we came up with, the number we generated, as well as was my project team. So the grand total we have to date is just over 17,000 people. So that is quite an impressive number. That being said, despite our best efforts, while a lot of people do know about Flourish, still not everyone in the city will know about the project. We wanted to specifically thank our Project Champions team. So this was a valuable team that provided input throughout the project. We had our first meeting in fall of 2018. And the goal of this group was to have a balance of opinions and comments from a wide variety of stakeholders. So this included representatives from the Environmental Advisory Committee, the Youth Advisory Committee, the Seniors and Heritage Advisory Committees, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, the Economic Sustainability Advisory Board, Chamber of Commerce, Alberta Health Services, and UDI St. Albert. So a special thank you to them. And also, we want to thank you, Council. As you know, we had numerous council sessions and advisories. So we really value your input and your time dedicated to this project. So thank you very much. In terms of written feedback, when we combine the internal and external comments, we've received over 1,000 written comments. All public and external comments can be found in the Phase 4 engagement report. And we just wanted to emphasize that the comments we've received from May to November of last year had a significant influence on the policy development, the policy refining, and ultimately the mapping, which resulted in the November version that we presented for first reading. So now we'll get into an overview of the plan itself. So as I mentioned before, Flourish is based on the city's community vision. There are 9 overarching goals. There are 42 principles, and then we have 455 policies. So a good way to look at this is that the goals and the principles are the what. So what are we trying to achieve? And then the policies are the how, or the action items as to how to achieve those goals and those policies. This is a little diagram that just, it highlights how a planning policy is created. So in general, they're stated quite simply in Flourish, and that's for interpretation purposes. But you'll see different factors go into how a planning policy is created. So we have best practice, we have professional expertise, so that of planners, and also legal advice. We have our stakeholder input, and then we have the existing policy or legislative framework, or what we can do within the scope of the enabling legislation. And this all feeds into the ultimate policy statement. These are our 9 overarching goals for the citywide policy areas, which we'll get into. So the first one is green environment. So St. Albert values and protects the natural environment, conserving and enhancing its features and functions for the well-being of our community and our planet. So a key takeaway from this section would be we have really great policies that speak to not only protecting, but also expanding our famous and beloved tree canopy. Moving into robust economy, St. Albert has a thriving, diverse economy that offers a range of opportunities to work and invest, and thereby supporting a sustainable tax base. So a key here is facilitating and enabling the availability of land for employment purposes and to generate jobs within St. Albert. Moving into housing options, St. Albert accommodates a full and balanced mix of housing choices, meeting the needs of everyone at all stages of life. And a key here is just enabling and facilitating a greater variety of housing options for all St. Albertans. Moving into mobility choices, St. Albert supports a safe and efficient transportation network, providing a full range of attractive and healthy options for moving around. It's one of the things we heard quite clearly throughout our engagement was, St. Albert's recognized that St. Albert is a car-dependent community, but there is quite a desire for our residents to have the options of moving around using different forms of transportation. So this includes walking and cycling to destinations. Next, we have cultural richness. St. Albert celebrates its heritage, promotes the arts, and provides residents and visitors with opportunities for cultural enrichment. One key policy direction from this chapter is supporting reconciliation by acknowledging and promoting Indigenous history and culture. Resilient infrastructure. So at St. Albert's, infrastructure systems are resilient, efficient, adaptable, and technologically innovative. So a key from here is just preparing for climate change impacts, those risks, and ensuring that our infrastructure is resilient in the face of climate change. Community well-being. St. Albert supports the physical, mental, and social well-being of residents through community services and neighborhoods that support healthy lifestyles. One of the key policy areas from this chapter speaks to optimizing municipal reserve or lands that we get through the subdivision process for parkland or school purposes. So ensuring that the lands are optimized in terms of their location, their size, their configuration. Moving into great places, which is more of an urban design chapter. So St. Albert cherishes a sense of place and community, designing built environments that create lively spaces and instill civic pride. So we have policies that speak to designing public spaces for a range of activities for all users in all seasons. This is our planned urban structure and land use map. So you'll see it's anchored by red along the spine or what is known as St. Albert Trail. So this area is currently dominated by auto-oriented commercial uses. We're envisioning a transition to mixed use, a higher density development over time. We have the downtown core in the center. The purple areas are areas for employment purposes. The beige areas represent our neighborhoods. We have mixed use nodes across the city, and the green represents essentially hazard lands or lands within the floodline. And one thing to note, you might notice this map is a little bit more conceptual looking than the map you saw in December. And this was based on feedback we heard loud and clear from, in particular, our partners in community development, land use development, our developers. So there is quite a desire for a more conceptual looking land use map. This will ultimately help avoid future MDP amendments in the future that are triggered by the map itself. And also worth noting, there are policies specific to each land use designation in the document. And our last chapter is sustainable growth. So St. Albert optimizes its land, infrastructure, and financial resources to support intensification and outward growth. That together attract a diverse range of residents and businesses. The scope of Flourish is growing to 100,000 residents and adding 13,000 jobs over the coming decades. So the focus of the growth strategy is to direct outward growth or greenfield development of both residential and employment uses to the west of the city. That intensification occur along St. Albert Trail and within the downtown, in keeping with long-term plans for rapid transit. Last but not least, we have implementation strategies and tools. So some of these key implementation tools include updating the land use bylaw. So for example, where we have policy direction that speaks to the provision of bicycle parking or the provision of infrastructure required to support electric vehicle charging. There's policy direction in Flourish about that, and then that will then be regulated through the land use bylaw. It also provides a foundation for future complementary city plans or master plans. And as I mentioned before, Flourish will be monitored on a regular basis, and we're proposing that it's reviewed and updated every 5 years. So moving into our last section of the presentation, proposed changes and our recommendation. Again, all written comments received on the draft document have been included in the Phase 4 engagement summary. So in addition to the comments received, there is also a response from the project team within those spreadsheets. And we want to note that Flourish is a representation it's a balance between conflicting or perhaps competing priorities. And I think with many projects, but particularly with a project like this, despite the great collaboration and engagement efforts, sometimes, not everybody agrees. So I think there are some areas where there is disagreement, and not all requested changes are supported by administration. And these would include changes that would compromise achieving the associated goal and principle, and as well that would result in implications for not only Flourish, but the city as well. You'll notice that we've included what we like to call a polished version. So essentially, as you know, we had our last round of engagement in November of last year. And we also did our formal circulations around that time. So we sent the plan to our intermunicipal neighbors, to our other agencies that we typically send new statutory plans to. And the focus at that point was taking all that feedback we heard in October and November and incorporating that feedback into the document you saw in December at first reading. So over the past few months, we've had a chance to kind of go back and do some final edits. So this would involve, correcting the odd typo, punctuation, capitalization, just overall cleaning up the document and enhancing some of the graphic design components as well. Again, we're proposing a more conceptual land use map, and this just includes softer edges and using symbols to denote the mixed use nodes. To support those mapping changes, we had to add additional text. And this basically just reinforces the direction that boundaries of land use designations will be determined through subsequent planning documents, including ASPs or area structure plans and area redevelopment plans. So moving into our recommendation, essentially what we're proposing is that after the public hearing and after the discussion, we are recommending essentially a second and third reading of bylaw 2020 as amended. And in conclusion, subject to council adoption, Flourish is a forward-thinking plan that lays the groundwork for a prosperous future. It reflects the passion, the insight, and commitment of thousands of people who helped with its creation. Now, I've had the privilege to present 3 years of hard work, but I wouldn't be here without my core working team. So in addition to Christina and Adrian, I just wanted to say a special thank you to my core working team, and that includes Jesse Fry, Lindsay Francis, and Tracy Suey. So thank you all. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Katie. And I saw Councillor Hanson nodding her head when you were saying thank yous. I think that thank you comes from all of council too. It's been nice working with you specifically, but the whole team on this project. And it's actually been quite enjoyable and exciting. And so thank you for that.
Thank you.
So council has a chance now to ask questions of administration on anything. If you have questions about their proposed amendments, if you have questions about some of the public comments, I guess might come later. Go ahead, Councillor Hanson, you have one? Oh, is that old, Councillor Broadhead? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, and thank you, Katie, for the presentation. It's been a long time coming. You did mention updating the land use bylaw if this gets passed through second and third reading today. I'm wondering about the language that is in the MDP as opposed to the LUB. And specifically, I am thinking about what we call employment lands in the MDP, and I didn't see employment lands or an employment land designation or zone in the LUB. So how do we reconcile those two conceptual ideas? Like how is one to read one in one document but not see it in the other? And is that something that would get updated?
Sure, I can start. I think the MDP provides high-level direction and high-level direction regarding uses that we would envision within those employment areas. We would get into greater detail, for example, through the Lakeview Business District ASP. And then subsequently, I would envision changes to the land use bylaw based on what comes out of the Lakeview Business District ASP.
So employment, what we call employment lands now is very high level. It's not really a statutory designation. It's what we're calling it. We're calling it the employment lands, or is it actually a statutory, is that actually statutory language?
Overall, it's a land use designation where we would envision, let's say, light industrial uses, medium industrial uses, manufacturing, offices at a high level, but we wouldn't get into too much detail regarding land use at this stage. That would be deferred to the ASP and then ultimately the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
All right, questions from Councillor Hughes or Councillor Jolly? I'm seeing nothing. Anyone else here to start? I'll go to one quick one. So couple things that were in the plan originally that have been removed that I just wanted to question. So the electric vehicle charging infrastructure, this, if we approved as is today, will automatically trigger a land use bylaw update, and I just need some confidence that the language on electric charging will be incorporated into the land use bylaw.
Yes, that's the policy direction in Flourish, is that the land use bylaw would be updated to incorporate requirements regarding electric vehicle charging infrastructure, because that is the best document as to where that should be regulated.
Okay, which I agree, and I'm fine with it. I just want to, and that was good explanation on that one. So this is automatically going to trigger a TMP, a Transportation Master Plan amendment too, because we also removed all reference to roundabouts. Or did we? I feel like we did.
Yes, we don't reference roundabouts in particular anymore. I think as part of the corporate planning framework, the idea is to use each goal of Flourish, and that would then be the foundation for a complementary master plan. So instead of a TMP per se, I believe the vision is that it would be a mobility options or mobility choices strategy.
And just as a little extra point of clarification, it's at that point where there would be initial conversations regarding specifics regarding intersections. Again, we're trying to keep this a little bit more high level and aspirational, with the details happening either, again, in engineering standards or at the mobility master plan or any other subsequent plan afterwards.
Okay, I guess I just bring these couple of things up because I liked them, and wherever the appropriate place that they belong, I just want to make sure it gets there, because I also was sad to see this policy was removed. Ensure large parking lots are landscaped and prioritized to the safety and comfort of pedestrians by incorporating clearly marked and well-lit walkways to building entrances. You've substituted it with something else that doesn't do anything about ensuring parking lots are better. So just so you know, I loved that piece about parking lots. I get a lot of complaints, we do, about how pedestrian unfriendly the development in the north is through their parking lots. And there are examples of parking lots that actually have walkways through them. So I was sad to see that one go. But I like the way you dealt with the manufactured homes that was good. And yeah, that's all I really had out of some of the comments that council had. Any more questions? No? Oh yeah, Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
It'll be quick, and it's just in relation to, you mentioned a couple of times around the importance of this being flexible and living, breathing document. But you said every 5 years it's up. Is that a statutory requirement under the MGA, or is that just something that we build in around timelines?
No, actually, it's not a statutory requirement in Alberta. It is best practice, though. That is the case in other provinces in Ontario, that these types of plans be reviewed every 5 years. And it is worth noting that with the anticipated decision from the MGB regarding the annexation, that will be an update in the future as well before the 5 years.
So we built processes in place to make it flexible, actually a living document that we can update it as required. So you identified the big key one, annexation, but perhaps is there other ways that, you know, if something unforeseen comes, like I mean, we're living in a time when there's a pandemic. So, I mean, is there opportunities that we can revisit it? And I realize it's 30,000 feet and it's a blueprint, but I mean, at the same time, change is happening quickly. Is there opportunities to open it up sooner than 5 years, or update it regularly, or should that even happen under on a document of this size?
There's definitely opportunity. So we have our MDP amendment application process, which is available to anyone. So if someone is looking for an amendment, they can certainly apply for amendment, and we'll go through that process with them. But in terms of city initiated amendments, we would have to, you know, we could look at that on a case by case basis. And I think there is opportunity or flexibility depending on the circumstances to do an update before the 5 year period.
Yeah, I guess. Pardon me, I just heard something else.
Sorry, that was me. I was just going to add a little bit to that answer as well, if you don't mind.
No, I'm sorry, Christine. I just didn't, in council chambers, I just heard a voice and I didn't know who it was coming from. I apologize.
I just wanted to say the another key component to this is, should Flourish be passed today, the MDP team will be undertaking some metrics, designing some metrics and key performance indicators to determine how well the MDP is performing. And with those indicators, it's hoped that we would see where the strengths lie with the implementation of the document and where some of the changes may need to be. So if all of a sudden there's some significant challenges with a certain section, we would expect to see it with some of the indicators going forward, and we'd be bringing those kind of discussions back to council.
Yeah, thank you. That was kind of where I was going at. Are there, I mean, council's probably getting tired of me, but I always say unintended consequences in relation to some of our decisions we make. And if we approve second and third reading tonight, how locked in are we so that we cannot make some of those, make it it's a living, breathing document that is flexible enough and adaptable enough that we can respond to some changes that are coming at us, whether it's annexation or who knows what it could be coming at us in the next few years. That's all. I just want to ensure that there's a way to be able to make amendments or revisit potentially things that we just didn't see as outcome of tonight.
You good? Nope. Yeah. You made Adrian laugh when you said unintended consequences. They probably had a bet.
Sorry. Well, I think in the comments section, I read numerous times that term come up. So there's a lot of people channeling me.
Are you good with questions? Okay. Anyone at home before I go to the public? I think we're good here then. All right. So we have no applicant. So we're going to go straight to presentations from the public. I have a list. Actually, I've got it emailed to me. It might be the best. Give me 1 sec. I think this one is a little bit more inclusive. Okay, registered speakers. Okay. Okay, I've got 4 representatives from BLESS, the Big Lake Environmental Society. Tony Druitt, I've got, just making sure everybody's here. We have Al Henry, Teresa Marshall, and Dave Burkhart. Are they all on screen? And
Yes, hello from Tony here anyway.
Pardon? Sorry.
Are you able to hear me, Tony Druitt?
Yep, we can hear you. Okay, just give me 2 seconds, Tony. I want to make sure that I have a complete and accurate list of presenters. And I think I also have Brian Waters from the Canadian Home Builders Association, Sue Monson representing UDI, and do I have Ken Crutchfield on the MDP? He's not on this list, but Ken is registered to speak. Okay. Is there anyone else? Okay, so we've got a complete list here, and I will now actually ask the first people that registered was BLESS. Tony, Al, Dave, and Teresa, are you all taking 5 minutes, or are you doing a presentation, just one of you, and then the rest are available for questions? Is that what the plan is?
That's the idea. If we could have 10 minutes for the presentation as a group, and then the other people, I'll make the main presentation, and the other people are here mainly to answer questions.
Okay, essentially, from my understanding of the public hearing, is you're representing something, you actually get 10 minutes. But because 4 of you registered, even if it was 5, that'd be 20. So I'm fine with 10 minutes. That's fine. So why don't we, do you have a PowerPoint or anything you need to share?
No, we did submit a presentation to all of the councillors, so they will have seen it. And I'll make reference to some of the diagrams that were in the presentation that I think
we have that.
I hope you're familiar with now.
We absolutely have that. So you can start your presentation right now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to make this presentation. Normally, BLESS does not get involved in major documents concerning the whole of the city. We just focus on issues around the Big Lake area. In this case, we have been working with the administration on the Red Willow Park West plan, and we've had quite a lot of dialogue with them on that. We're also working with Dean Schick on the Ray Gibbon widening, which also has a big bearing on particularly this next stretch of it regarding Big Lake. Frankly, when we didn't look at the plan in any detail until it was released in November, and we were somewhat surprised to see that there were actually 3 areas that were still shown as industrial or employment lands is the designation, that were adjacent to the northeast corner of Big Lake. 2 of them actually contradict what we'd been seeing in the Red Willow West planning documents. We've highlighted these 3 areas on the presentation that we submitted, and I'll just go through them in order. The first area was on the south side of Meadowview Drive. Previously, that had been shown as a very slim piece of residential and predominantly public open space, I guess. And that's what shows up on the Red Willow plans. Now this addition of the municipal development plan actually brings industrial land across Meadowview Drive, so that the Lakeview Industrial Park now extends into the area that was covered by the Red Willow West plan. And well, I guess BLESS's position is we would prefer that isn't shown as intruding into what was formerly going to be a natural area. In fact, that north shoreline of Big Lake is possibly the most sensitive piece of environmental land in the whole of St. Albert. It's a major bird breeding area, and it's a major area where birds migrate through in the fall and in the spring. And the Red Willow Park West plan was particularly designed to keep that as an undisturbed area. If you look at the detailed planning, it particularly did not have trails along the shoreline in that area, unlike the rest of Big Lake. So we would hope that at some time in the future, that piece of industrial land will be removed. The second parcel was a parcel of land north of 137th Avenue. It's on the south shore of the lake. And it's actually a 90-acre parcel that was purchased by the province. It's right next to the Big Lake, and it was purchased by the province in 2014, specifically so that it could be included in the Lois Hole Park. We were really surprised to see that that still shows up as potential industrial lands. And again, that contradicts what shows up in the Red Willow Park plan, which recognizes that it's going to be future part of Lois Hole Park. The province's plan, management plan for the park that was released in 2019, particularly specifies that piece of land to be what they call the, what's the phrase they use? East Facility Zone, and it will include potentially a $10 million in educational environmental learning center. So when all of this is built, it's going to be a real feather in the cap of St. Albert to have something like that down there. Obviously, to have industrial zoning on it now just seems to be a complete anomaly to us. We were surprised about that. The third parcel is the residual parcel immediately east of the one that I was just describing. It's north of 137th Avenue and Ray Gibbon Drive. That was formerly shown as industrial. And if that industrial designation is removed from the other two parcels, as we would like to happen, we would say that you should also consider maybe removing it from that residual 60-acre parcel, which is actually separated from the other Riel lands by Ray Gibbon Drive. There's an aerial photograph of this land in our presentation, and it shows that it's completely separated from the other industrial lands by Ray Gibbon Drive. There'll be no access into that parcel from Ray Gibbon Drive, and so the access into the future industrial subdivision will have to come from the west side, from the extension of Leclerc Way that runs between Lois Hole Park and this piece of land. And to have industrial right opposite the main entrance into this, what we think is going to be very valuable piece of park development that the province will be building, we just think that's inappropriate. So on the south of this parcel, and it's actually in the city of Edmonton, is the Starling neighborhood and the Trumpeter neighborhoods, the Big Lake communities. Those are residential neighborhoods that have particularly been designed to take into account environmental features. They've got designated wildlife trails. They've even got a pass underneath that was constructed at a cost of, I think, $10 million by the developers underneath Winterburn Road and so forth. We think that if you're going to have any sort of development on this 60-acre parcel, it shouldn't be industrial, is all I'll say. You know, as you've pointed out, the categories are kind of fuzzy that are now used in this new municipal plan, but we would not like to see industrial lands. That 60-acre parcel, out of interest, is actually still owned by the original farmers that occupied that land for many years, the Cook family. They got it up for sale to potential developers, but as long as it's shown as possible industrial, it's unlikely to be picked up or developed by anybody, in our opinion. So I think that's about all I needed to say. As you say, if there's anything else, any other questions that you have, please feel free to direct them, and either I or my colleagues will be pleased to answer you.
All right, thank you, Tony. Good presentation. Process-wise, a lot of your comments and stuff I think are going to require council to ask questions of administration, which will come a little bit later, not right now. But so I'm going to turn to council to have questions directly to Bless. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. It's Ken Mackay here. Tony, thank you for your presentation. Very well done. The area I'm interested in is your last topic, Area C, and looking at the map that you provided. Thank you very much for your detailed documentation. But when you were talking, you were looking at, you mentioned that in your document that you would prefer to see it residential or major open space. Would that, like, I mean, which one would you like to land on in relation to designation?
I guess if we had the option, I guess we would go for major open space. However, that's a big step. The land is not going to be dedicated in full by a developer. So if it was now made major open space, it would open the door to the city having to purchase it. I think I'm not sure about how that works. Certainly, if we've fallen short of saying what we want to be on these lands so much as saying what we don't want to be on the lands. You know, I'm not sure that it's within our mandate to actually say exactly what a land owned by another individual should be. Personally, and now I'm not speaking on my behalf as a former land developer, I think it's a piece of a really good opportunity for a very environmentally friendly sort of residential development. But now I'm speaking for me, and I can see Dave looking at me down there below saying, well, yeah, we might have a different, some of the people on Bless would go on record saying we would much prefer it to be designated as open space. If that was a possibility.
I appreciate your candor on that. I don't know how we could do it that way either, but I guess that's part of the reason why we have an MDP, right?
And I think Dave or Mr. Burkhart, sorry, wants to jump in as well.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Burkhart. Okay. I don't have access to Zoom, so I can't.
Sure. Yeah. Just to add to Tony's, it's a subject of discussion at Bless as actually about this land, but I think a city with a vision actually might use that land or designate that land as open spaces for parkland, and it fits well with former developments in the city of St. Albert along the Red Willow Trail system. So, for example, if we look at Kingswood Park over on the far end of the Red Willow Trail system down there. And that is also adjacent to a provincial natural area, River Lot 56, and it segues very nicely into that environmentally sensitive area, having parkland that provides facilities for people to park their cars and get out and walk and transition into a natural area. And so I think it would really reflect well upon the city if that area, that parcel C shown in our presentation, were parkland, municipal parkland. I think it would add immensely to the value of the natural area down there. And we are subject to growth. The city's MDP Flourish puts it right up front. We're looking at 100,000 people growing, and unfortunately, that growth often encroaches upon natural areas. And we're seeing, especially this year with the pandemic, unprecedented use of the natural area down there. And to diminish that while we're increasing the pressures on the natural area, it just doesn't sit well. And I think this would be an opportunity for the city if the city could find a way to acquire that land and make it municipal parkland. It would look favorably upon the city, and it would benefit the natural area immensely. So.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I would have concerns if it was residential, because I think it would have just as big as environmental impact as light industrial or light commercial. And that's just my comment. And my next question will be later on when we actually get to have conversation with administration, because I'm concerned in relation to like what Tony identified with access. But the other one would be around, I realize that Tony in his presentation said that's still privately owned. And I don't know whether I'd want to put too many restrictions on the landowner. Otherwise we could get into some challenges, and I don't even know how much, I mean, I don't even know what the prices would be and whether or not we as a municipality could even afford that. So those are just my questions, and I'll have more questions of administration after, but thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay. Okay, I see no more members of council in chambers wanting to ask questions. Councillor Jolly or Councillor Hughes, do you have any questions? All right, seeing no more questions, I think that's just a sign that your presentation was quite good and thorough, and you and I, we had all met ahead of time, so I'd actually had a chance to ask you a bunch of questions. So I will have some for administration when we get there. I'm going to go on to our next speakers, which we have Brian Waters from the Canadian Home Builders Association up next. Hi, Brian.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and members of council. Can everybody hear me?
You sure can.
Okay. My name is Brian Waters, and I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region. CHBA Edmonton Region is a not-for-profit organization representing more than 400 member companies in the region. For more than 65 years, CHBA has taken a principled, long-term approach to building sustainable places to call home. I'm also a construction manager with Daytona Homes, and I'm proud to be part of the network of CHBA members who are building great communities in St. Albert. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today to Bylaw 20/2020 to adopt Flourish, St. Albert's Municipal Development Plan. CHBA is a consistent advocate of housing choice and affordability, both of which are strongly emphasized as goals of Flourish. CHBA fully supports the principles and subsequent policies that are intended to meet the plan's goal of accommodating a full and balanced mix of housing options. As such, we encourage City Council to adopt Bylaw 20/2020. Recently, the City of St. Albert has made great strides towards enabling popular and more affordable housing choices, such as front-back duplexes and zero-lot line products through amendments to the land use bylaw. Flourish positions the city to seize new opportunities and proactively plan for growth. It also sets direction to monitor current temporary practices and trends and respond to these through updates to the land use bylaw. As such, CHBA strongly encourages administration and City Council to proactively explore land use bylaw amendments, which will introduce a greater diversity of housing forms, sizes, and tenures. This includes amendments to enable secondary suites, garden suites, and garage suites within a variety of housing forms, including townhomes. As your city building partner, CHBA Edmonton Region is eager to be involved in this process and remains committed and available to assist in all areas where expertise can make a difference. This includes future planning work that this Flourish sets direction for, including the development of complementary plans such as infill guidelines and a housing strategy. Finally, as experts in the residential construction industry, we are also eager to work alongside administration to explore ways to incentivize rather than regulate the use of renewable energy sources and greater energy efficiency in housing. Our members have the ability and expertise to provide housing that meets the needs of current and future residents in varying life stages. Strong support from City Council in favor of projects that satisfy the strategic direction outlined within the plan is crucial. Flourish presents a great opportunity for the city and industry to work in partnership to achieve our common goals of greater housing choice and affordability and shape the future of St. Albert. Thank you all for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Brian. I have a quick one, mostly because you're fully supportive and not asking for any changes. I did note we have extensive updates on all the input and how staff reacted. And so just my quick question to you is, do you felt CHBA was heard during this process?
Yeah, I believe we were engaged and given an opportunity to give our feedback. We had a couple meetings with administration. We do appreciate the relationship that we're building with them. And I think we're ready to move forward with that and help with some of the finer details in putting this together.
So we can expect you to be at all land use bylaw changes?
For now and forever. So I'll be here.
All right. That's the only questions I had. Anyone, Councillor Hughes? Councillor Jolly? All right, anyone here? All right, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
And then we have Sue Monson registered. Yeah, and you're going by Keating. Thank you. Keating there, yes.
Hi, I'm here. Can everybody hear me? Yep. Okay. Good evening. I'm Sue Keating. I'm the Vice President at Melcor Developments, and today I'm representing UDI Edmonton Region. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this very important and significant document. And frankly, it's a beautiful document. It aligns so strongly with many of the goals of our industry and the cities, and it has been put together very thoughtfully. So I wanted to just start by commending the team of people that have been dedicated to this process for a number of years now. And overall, we've been super pleased with the engagement and the collaboration. The staff working on this have been great communicators and like very, very professional. So I wanted to just start by saying that UDI Edmonton Region supports the adoption of this bylaw, but with some conditions. So we provided a letter in advance of this meeting, and it outlines our outstanding concerns. Many of our recommendations and concerns were already addressed by Katie and her team, and our letter is outlining the remaining items that we wish to still be addressed. So I'm hoping that you all received that in advance of this meeting. It should be noted that our main goal is to ensure that the MDP offers flexibility in order to evolve with the market forces as needed. And I think everybody seems to kind of get that, and that was included in the presentation, and that's great. And we want to acknowledge also that we understand there is an urgency in getting this over the finish line, and maybe that's even today. And so we want to make sure that that it's understood that we're not requesting or expecting any major edits to the document. And we believe our request is that the edits that we suggested are minor in nature, and we're asking that they are made prior to the adoption of the final document. We don't feel that we've suggested anything that impacts the overall spirit of the MDP. And earlier today, I reached out to the EMRB because I understand that they've given it their blessing and they've reviewed it and approved it. And that I did confirm that we are, it is still able to make minor amendments without having to send it back to the EMRB. And so my understanding is it's up to the city to use their discretion in determining what would constitute a significant amendment. And so we are not trying to amend anything significantly. So maybe without reading my entire letter out loud, I'll just highlight a couple of points that are kind of standing out for us. For starters, I won't talk at all about the land use bylaw and the necessary amendments to the land use bylaw once the MDP is approved, because CHBA discussed that and we echo their comments and agree with their support. So generally the MDP, it may seem like really picky, but there is just some individual words that matter so much to us. And so it may seem silly to adamantly want to see words like encourage instead of ensure as often as possible, but we just can't predict the needs of the future residences or future residents and future businesses. And we need the document to be nimble and as adaptable as possible. Just to highlight a couple points of my letter, section 6.3.4 is an example of something that we'd like to see changed. It's about the agricultural impact assessment report. I just confirmed today these reports cost about $8,000, and currently they're being required for even a very small area structure plan. And we would ask that the city work in conjunction with the EMRB and us to try to prepare a citywide report that could be used with every area structure plan, instead of having to use up the time and the resources and the money to recreate this basically the same report at the ASP level on repeat. So that's one of our requests. Another one is section 8.4.3A. We really don't necessarily disagree with sidewalks being on both sides of the road, but we just think this level of detail is unnecessarily specific for the MDP, and it doesn't allow for any exceptions. And so we'd like to see the language of this clause softened or removed. 11.1.2. This may have been an oversight, but we feel it would be a benefit for the city, not as much to the developers, but as the city, to have the option to collect cash in lieu for MR on both residential and non-residential development. You may just want this option if you're trying to assemble large park sites. And so instead of having them dedicated as land, you may want to start collecting money to assemble a campus style development or something like that in the future. So I want to point that out. Section 11.4.5. This is on school site timing. We totally understand that the city's trying to avoid the negative experience that they've dealt with in the past with respect to getting school sites off, on the right foot. But the 30% developed, it seems kind of arbitrary, and it's a bit too prescriptive. So we suggest removing the last sentence of that section in order to avoid leapfrogging and, kind of poor land planning. 2 more, 11.4.6. This is where we are talking about access to schools, wanting to be on walkways, and making it easier for walking or cycling, etc. We don't disagree with that at all. The problem is that currently the MDP doesn't support linear parks. And so we think this goal might be able to be achieved if we could create linear style parks that would lead to walkways and create better connections to school sites. And then the last one is in section 14.6.9 and 10. The word phrase in these clauses needs to be either clarified or removed. We're not sure if phase means stage or subdivision or what have you, and could be interpreted a little differently. And we just want to avoid having empty multifamily sites or leapfrogging just to try to shoehorn a site into every phase or stage or subdivision. So just a little clarity there, I think, would go a long way. Those are the main points I wanted to bring to your attention, and thanks for reading the letter and considering our feedback, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Sue. I've got some questions, some for admin, some for you, but I'll open it up to council first. Did everyone get a chance to read this today? Okay, good. All right, because that's the meat of it. So any questions? I will start. 5.3.1, the low impact developments. You said that the city does not have any LID standards. Do other cities?
I have not worked in any other cities that have LID standards. However, I think they're sometimes incorporated into a direct control zoning or some kind of a specific development. I've not worked within any LID standards. I believe some cities do have them, but I'm not the one to speak to that.
Ray's saying he's heard of it, so I might ask him in a minute.
Okay.
What else did I have? Your comments about the agriculture impact assessment. interesting, but I don't know, and I'm going to ask staff if we can change it because it is EMRB direction. But let's say we were to work with you to change EMRB direction. I'm not saying that's happening, but let's say that we did. Do you think the owners of land that are doing development in our city would be willing to fund that agriculture impact assessments at citywide? Because right now we're not paying for any of these impact assessments.
Right. So I think at risk of speaking on behalf of everybody, I can say that we at Melcor would be supportive of contributing to the cost of a citywide report if it avoided having to do more of them in the future. I think there's definitely an economic benefit there to everybody, but I hear your point about the cities not wanting to dedicate money towards that because you're currently not.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
All right. The linear parks question. So did you say the city currently doesn't support linear parks? And first of all,
yeah, so the current standard, I believe, is that parks have to be more than 20 meters wide to be considered a park. And so what we would like to see is to have to have park sites be wider walkways, and that be considered a park. So I think there's, without totally understanding all the language, there's more restrictions on what's required to be like a programmable space and what, a park, what should be deemed a park. But we would like to see in a community like the best network of walkways that we can, especially to school sites, but without having the support of those walkway connections being considered a park, it's difficult to achieve that goal.
Okay, that's interesting because when I was reading your comments about the potential of having cash in lieu of MR, my thought was small ASPs, and there's one in north of Villeneuve right now that is quite small. And I'm thinking, well, no, I want that MR for pathways.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask administration a little bit of clarification on that. Because
yeah, and on the cash in lieu, I just think that it's in your best interest to have it as an option, not to say you're ever going to want it. You might always want the park space, but at least if there's some rare situation where you'd rather collect the money because you're trying to buy a park space somewhere else, then at least you would have that option.
Okay. Your concern on 13.1.6 about the 30-70 split as an aspirational target for non-res res. I will clarify with administration, but I can almost guarantee you this will not be an expectation in every area structure plan.
Okay, so citywide.
But I will make sure.
Okay.
That would be hard. And then, you know what, I actually kind of agreed with you on 14.6.9 and 10 about the word requiring multifamily density at each phase, because I read that as each stage, which doesn't. So I will actually ask administration a little bit more about that one. So that's what I got out of your email. Any other questions? Councillor Hughes, Councillor Jolly? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thanks. So in your, I'm just going back to your, just rereading everything. 823 about traffic. So I understand you have these, we do have quite a few in prescriptive words for these words ensure coming in, and I understand your hesitation on this. So it said if it's ensure, we expect the connections to be based on TIA results and traffic patterns. So specifically, is that what you'd want to say, is have that clause in the back, or how, if you could write it, what would you say?
I think we would be more comfortable if that statement was more of an encouraging statement instead of an ensure. But I think our understanding, and I don't know this for sure, but I think we did perhaps get some feedback on that the city really wanted that to be an ensure statement. And so if it needs to be ensure, maybe it could just be added to that references that it would be based on the results of a report such as a TIA.
Okay. Let me just, sorry, I'm flipping screens here all over the place. I think those two that I have questions for administration is all done. Is it possible to have Susan stick around in case we need to go back to her? Because you have a lot of feedback here, Susan, and so I feel like I may not have it all answered just yet. Do you know what I mean? Depending on what admin says.
Yeah, I'm good to stick around as long as you're okay to have me here.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Ms. Keating? I'm seeing, oh, Councillor Mackay, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, Sue. It's Ken Mackay here. On 8.4.3, the one that you highlighted in your presentation. So are you just, when you ask for discretion, like, could you give me an example where you don't think that sidewalks are needed on both sides of a road, like in our current city?
Yeah, so, well, I happen to live on a street where there's not a sidewalk on my side of the road, but which is Lancaster Crescent, but I mean, I can think of a lot of examples, because in most of the other municipalities that we work in, sidewalk isn't always required on both sides of the road. And so it is kind of up to the discretion, I guess, or the standards of the city. And my understanding from, living in St. Albert is that sidewalks and walkability is a high priority. So I'm not suggesting that we don't have it, or that we don't look to kind of maintain as many sidewalks as we can. My thought is just that it's so specific, and an MDP doesn't really drill down into like engineering standards, which would normally be where sidewalks would kind of come into play. And so I would just ask that this is either removed or slightly lessened to allow for exceptions on an as needed basis, or where it's justified.
Okay, yeah, because you've identified something I was going to ask administration. Thanks, appreciate it.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, we're good? No more questions? All right. Questions of oh no, we have one more speaker. Sorry, Mr. Crutchfield, you are up next. I think I saw.
Hey, can you hear me?
We sure can. Your camera's not on if you want it to be.
Okay. Okay. Is it on now?
Here we go. Now we can see
Okay.
it. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'd just like to thank Mayor Herron and Council for giving me this opportunity to speak to Bylaw 20. I'm sorry, I got the printer going here right now. I was looking for that UDI letter, and I don't see it in the meeting package. So I'd be curious to go ahead and get that, because there were some pointed remarks there that kind of caught my ear. And without further ado, I'll get into what I intended to say here today. First off, I'd like to say that I'm speaking in support of Bylaw 20 as amended to provide for a new MDP. However, I have some concerns and comments, and they shouldn't in any manner take away from the very positive consultation and transparency processes that the City of St. Albert staff carried out to provide this updated municipal development plan. It truly projects an aspirational vision for growing St. Albert. This involvement cannot be forgotten with time. It will require vigilance, and realistically, most residents will assume decisions on St. Albert growth will follow the MDP. Despite the extensive consultation that was undertaken to formulate the updated MDP, it is very vulnerable once approved without a strong advocate. By its very design, the MDP exists beyond the lifetime of many councils. The current MDP was approved under Bylaw 17 in 2007. 5 councils removed. Consequently, since land planning and development is handled by administration, they are directly entrusted with being the steward of the approved MDP. In this stewardship role, it is up to administration to ensure that successive councils are made acutely aware of the long-term vision that residents have set for future development as part of the decision-making process. For this reason, it is important that administration not only receive direction of an updated MDP, but that they also set direction on the duty to administration to ensure successive councils are made aware of the options when confronted with landowners and developers seeking changes not in keeping with the MDP. As a case in point, City Plan 2007 spoke to many of the same caveats about safeguarding the integrity of Red Willow Master Plan and setbacks from the Sturgeon River. Yet, in recent memory, we've had successive councils accept massive building developments on the top of bank to the Sturgeon River and or immediately adjacent to the environmental reserves and the 1 in 100 floodplain. These precedents have set in motion yet another proposal. The proposal of Boudreaux Communities Limited to situate yet more massive buildings at top of bank will affect the very elements that the 2007 MDP and bylaw 20 have indicated should be safeguarded. For example, resident use of the environmental reserves, the Red Willow Park, and loss to visit sightlines, to name a few. Does this current council truly embrace the interest of residents when it renders a decision? And I would, again, go back to the MDP. A lot of people commented here. We've got over 17,000 people. My hope would be that if we're going to make any amendments to the MDP down the road, that there is a public consultation process that is followed to achieve that end. To conclude, passage of bylaw 20 also requires requisite direction for administration to act as a steward in support of the MDP. This MDP requires a strong steward willing to speak adversely to development proposals when they run contrary to the interests set out in the MDP. It is administration's duty to undertake this role and ensure successive councils remain focused on and expecting better informed decisions on the aspirational thinking behind the MDP as land use bylaw changes are brought forward by landowners and developers. Too often in recent memory, I have seen councils drawn into accommodating landowners and developers' short-term economic interests at the expense of residents' longer-term interests. Future changes should only proceed following public consultation. Thank you very much.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Crutchfield? Councillor Jolly, Councillor Hughes. Okay, and I see none in chambers. Triple checking. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. We're going to probably have quite a few questions of our administration now, so you're welcome to join into YouTube if you want.
Yep, thank you very much.
Okay. We're back to administration. So time to ask your questions about the UDI presentation, the last presentation, or anything else. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Here we are. I was just looking through my my file on this, and the kickoff was November 14th, 2018. So we've been at this for a while, and there's been many rounds of public consultation. Mahoney, how many times have we actually formally gone out to the public for their input into the plan, or whoever wants to answer that? Sorry.
There have been 4 rounds of public engagement to date.
4.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Just want to say that as the MDP's developed, we've had opportunities for people to give in, and I appreciate the public hearing process, and so that's where we're here today. But we're at the last minute here to sort of pass this, and to be receiving a letter this morning with significant changes seems a little bit strange to me. But in any case, to administration, what's the impact of softening language within the MDP? So if a word goes from ensure to encourage, how does that play out in practice?
By changing a require or ensure to encourage or support, you're basically moving from a required or restrictive or mandatory policy to a permissive policy. So instead of having to fulfill that policy, while permissive policies are encouraged and supported, in a sense, they're not mandated, they're optional.
So the point of ensures, that's the standard that you want to establish within the new MDP. To soften the language literally removes that out of the context of the NDP, no matter whether you say it's aspirational or not. You're actually suggesting then that that is no longer a definitive standard within the MDP. Is that right?
Yes, it's no longer a requirement or a mandated direction.
Can I just add a statement in here? Sorry.
Go for it.
It's Christina, and I just wanted to state that the insurers, when the project team went through the insurers or the supports, there's a term of reference in the document explaining how they work. And the insurers and requires are pretty significant for us to achieve the goals of the plan. And they're also usually, there are components too that are legislatively required as well. So the team did spend a lot of time going back and forth on the insurers and requires, and also with our legal counsel.
The point of my asking though is that they're intentionally put there to establish a standard within the community. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just a question. So the question around the BLESS presentation around employment lands, industrial lands within the MDP, you got 3 maps, one around density, 2 around employment, and then one around, page 636, 649, and 719 have maps that sort of show a different presentation of the land west of the Ray Gibbon Drive, just north of 137th Avenue, south of LeClaire Way. What's the final intention of that? Is it industrial or is it residential?
Do you want to bring up a map?
So I'm just, because if you look at them, they're a little bit different.
Which maps?
So page in our package.
Okay.
636, 649, and 719.
636, say that one more time, 619.
And 719.
719, and what was the, 636?
649.
Okay, and 719. All right.
And then I think Bless picked up on one of those maps. And then they actually had a different one as well as a proposal. So west of Ray Gibbon Drive, north of 137th Avenue, south of LeClaire Way, I believe that's private landowners as apart from what the province owns. It's currently zoned industrial, is that correct? So that's the EMRB one. Yeah, but take a look at the other ones. So, and you'll see the difference that I'm talking about.
Could I ask for the name of the maps on the titles?
The 636 was the growth plan from EMRB. The 649 one is the urban structure and general land use one. And 719 is priority areas for growth.
Yeah, so they're different presentations, but are different topics, if you will. But so when I looked at them, I said, okay, so industrial or residential, what are we saying to the public when they see these maps?
Well, the first map is the region's urban structure map. So that at a high level that identifies major employment areas. There's actually another regional map that identifies other employment areas. That includes additional purple lands to the west of Ray Gibbon Drive.
So is your question that this conforms with the growth plan.
No, I'm just wondering, what is that land west of Ray Gibbon Drive? What are we saying? Is that industrial? What is it, commercial, or is it residential, or what is it?
Based on the proposed urban structure or land use map in our MDP, it's primarily identified for employment purposes, so it's purple.
So in the EMRB growth plan, there's another map that shows the lands west of Ray Gibbon Drive as employment, like maybe not major employment, but minor employment. So
yes, it's not major employment. I think it's other employment areas.
So that works. And then the priority growth areas, it's got the blue blobs. That's on page 95 of the MDP 719 of our package. It just identifies where we're going to grow, but does that growth mean residential growth, or is it all growth?
It includes both types of growth, so residential and non-residential. It's effectively a heat map just showing where growth is expected to occur.
Okay. But I think
So what's it currently zoned?
It's currently zoned employment, and it's remaining employment.
Well, it's the proposed designation is employment, but it's currently zoned as urban reserve.
Sorry, yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
fair
In the current MDP, it's non-residential. How would I say that?
Yes.
In the current MDP, it's actually identified as industrial.
Industrial.
We've changed the language in the MDP in Flourish to be more holistic and a little bit more about employment and jobs, and future levels of planning will determine whether it'll be commercial, industrial, and then the subsequent uses and intensity within it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
That's all you got?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also have some questions just around the Bless presentation, and I guess I want to reconcile employment or industrial to protection of the Red Willow plan, and they do seem to contravene each other. So how does one say that in the Red Willow West plan, these areas are going to be protected, these natural areas, and then in the MDP, it's zoned industrial?
Employment.
Or employment. So maybe you could just, what I'm looking for without stopping this plan today is assurances that that area is going to be protected in the 30 years to come, and that this is going to be a place where people can go, because that's the way it has always been envisioned. So maybe you could tell me about what a living document means and how that can change, and how one is to interpret that kind of language in the MDP as opposed to the Red Willow plan.
Sure. The Red Willow Master Plan highlights conceptually where potential trails may go, where potential connections may go. It doesn't highlight limits of development or get into land use. So the MDP would provide high-level direction regarding land use, and then through subsequent plans, like an area structure plan, we would get into further details as to where those limits of development are. And we do have policy that speaks to Lakeview Business District in particular. And I just want to highlight a few. So one is, we use the word ensure, and we certainly don't use that word lightly in this document. So ensure development will not have an adverse effect on Big Lake or Carrot Creek. I'm just looking at policy 14.7.9, that it protects public access to and along Big Lake and Carrot Creek. So at a high level, Flourish supports connectivity, trail connections, public access. But through the MDP, it's not the right document to get into that level of detail. It's more appropriate through the ASP or subdivision, subsequent development agreements.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Katie, but I guess, you know, we had this organization who does a lot of great work conserving, you know, our natural areas, you know, and they picked up on this because that's the way they read it. So I guess we need to be prepared to help people understand that while this is an overall overarching plan, this doesn't mean that these places that we've, you know, basically pinpointed as protecting to a certain extent, that they're going to be building high rises and employment centers. And it's just the language that I worry about, that there's going to be some, our residents are going to see the contradiction between those two plans, and they'll need to understand the messaging about what the MDP is and how that doesn't mean that we're wiping out our green build, our environmental goals. And so, you know, I guess that's not a question, but I feel like on behalf of Bless, because I'm sitting here at the bench, that I need to assure them that all their work is, you know, for naught. We will continue to protect that area, and so I don't know. Maybe you could comment on that.
Sure, and perhaps I can clarify. The green on the land use map or the open space designation essentially applies to lands within our floodplain or hazard lands, lands that can't be developed. And the lands in question raised by Bless are outside the floodplain. They are developable lands, and they include both provincially owned lands, but also private lands. So these are lands that can be developed. And through subsequent planning documents and studies, those limits of development are going to be determined. And that's where we can ensure the provision of access and trails and public space.
Okay, that's good. So I mean, at the end of the day, yes, they can be developed, but they can be developed in a way that protects, you know, all that birding and that wildlife corridor and that and so on and so forth. And I guess that's the assurance I'm looking for. And you know, I'm feeling better about that. And maybe Bless isn't, but I am. So that would be my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a difficult conversation. Is anybody aware of what the plans are for 137th Avenue, that portion that's in Edmonton that kind of is the barrier between the Starling Trumpeter development and the provincial lands and the city of St. Albert? What's the plan, long range, for 137th Avenue?
So I can maybe touch base on that. There is an extension that maybe even best. I do have a proposed alignment of Leclerc Way that if I can share, just to get a sense. It is proposed that the roadway extend from the current intersection at Ray Gibbon. Can everyone see the alignment on the screen now? Yep. So where the circle is essentially the intersection. This is an older document with I believe it was 2009 alignment study of the Leclerc Way. And it proposes, this is the existing on the east side of Ray Gibbon Drive that would cross over and kind of come to a southwesterly alignment to tie into the Edmonton boundary. And so you can see where it's kind of identified as the provincial park and whatnot. But the purpose and the extension of the roadway would be obviously to service any developable space. It is anticipated to be a 4-lane arterial in the future, but staged appropriately to meet the time of growth and demands.
So looking at that, and sorry, I'm interrupting your family time. Sorry, well, nobody thought we would call on you, but looking at that right now, that would kind of intersect, in between potentially what Bless has identified as area B and area C, correct? And then it comes up onto kind of circles around and then joins up just south of Starling Trumpeter and then connects onto what's existing onto 199th Street now. Is that correct?
Sorry, I was just unmuting. That is correct. Now, the only concern I have is that I'm answering a question that I apologize, I wasn't here for the Bless presentation. So when the reference is talking about an area A and C, I think you made comment. I'm not sure what they were referring to, but you are correct that it is, for intents purposes, connecting into the proposed alignments with the city. I can zoom out to kind of see the broader connection piece and whatnot to the Edmonton limits as well and through their development.
Yeah, I'm just trying to line up, and I apologize, yeah, for just referring to that. I appreciate. So for the purposes of your information, area C would be the lands north of 137 and Ray Gibbon that would go up to Leclerc and up to the provincial park boundaries now, and that's the privately owned piece of land. And then area B would be the one straight to the west, not to the north, to the west in that area, and that would be. Right now, I think the province has bought it, and as identified in the presentation from Bless, there is some potential expansion of Lois Hole Park, and I think your map has that. And so, I mean, realistically wise, that road, if built, would service whatever future businesses or development that goes into that area, and you wouldn't have access off of Ray Gibbon, you would basically access that area off of Leclerc and in. Okay, so I mean that provides me a great deal of information, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I understand that's just proposed right now, correct? And any time frames, general time frames?
No, so you are correct. This alignment is proposed. There, in terms of time frame, initially the City of St. Albert administration, we worked with the City of Edmonton and Alberta Transportation when we were completing the kind of proposed planning for widening and improving Ray Gibbon Drive. And we recommended some preliminary engineering work starting between 2023 to 2026. There's a charter that has been proposed from administration to council for consideration. And construction, I believe, is anticipated in 2029. However, even those timelines would likely be influenced now in consideration of the improvements that we've landed on an agreement with City of Edmonton to the existing, I'll call it the old 137th Ave Starling Trumpeter access at 184th Street. The improvements and the improvements that are underway or about to be underway in 2021 with a westbound off ramp of the Anthony Henday. Actually, now that I'm still sharing the screen. At this intersection and the existing intersection, we're likely going to see some benefit of those investments to possibly extend timelines, but a lot of discussion would have to come out of that tri-party agreement with Alberta Transportation and City of Edmonton.
Anyways, okay, thank you. I mean, that answers some questions. I mean, I guess I was concerned about basically some of those pieces of areas being orphaned, and now it looks like they'll be serviced under the potential proposal. Thank you very much, Mr. Schick. I got a question to administration in relation to one of the items at UDI, and I brought it up, that 8.4.3 with the sidewalks on both sides of the road. And my comment would be, at the level that an MDP is supposed to be at, why are we saying sidewalks? Is that just trying to tie into the walkability? Is that trying to tie into the general overall theme? I'm just trying to understand why we're being so prescriptive in relation to something that would be actually at a lower plan.
Yeah, I mean, I'll maybe share an opinion on that comment and then Katie and Christina can either correct me or give a thumbs up to make sure I'm not causing any more issue than anything. But at any rate, it is essentially a very detailed description that ultimately, though, aligns to a broader case of mobility and connectivity throughout the city. And that's the opportunity that we see with the MDP, that it is prescriptive in this nature, but it is a priority for the city. I mean, as an example, we're in front of council with an active transportation plan that's addressing current gaps in the community at a cost of 100 kilometers of sidewalk that is identified as gaps right now, at a cost between $25 and $30 million for completion of those gaps. So at the level of the MDP, it ultimately starts and sets the tone that mobility and connectivity is a priority in the community. And it'll be supplemented and supported by further documents of the engineering standards, our active transportation planning and whatnot. But it starts at that level to make sure everyone is given that knowledge of the priority.
That's okay. Katie or Christine, he hit it out of the park is what?
Very much so, as he always does. And just to further note with 8.4.3, actually that policy is not an ensure policy or require, it's prioritize pedestrian safety, comfort, and convenience. So it's an action item. And it speaks to providing either sidewalks or a multi-use trail on both sides of the street. So there's flexibility there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the extra clarification. And the last one is that I'm going to have was just raised in relation to a kind of a thought process put forward by UDI about an opportunity in the cash in lieu of MR. And I know that they had asked that question in their comment section, and administration had responded back. I mean, we looked like, I mean, we're not totally against this idea, but it doesn't necessarily have to be identified in the MDP. It could come at a different stage in planning. Can you confirm that?
In regards to residential development, this is something that was a high priority also for our parks department. So basically ensuring that we get land instead of cash in lieu of parkland for residential development. So it was deemed to be an important policy to be included in the MDP. As currently, corporately, we don't have a master plan that speaks to the provision of open space parkland across the city. And we currently don't have an open space or a cash in lieu policy at this point. So there was desire to have that direction in the MDP, working with our parks department.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just saw the parks light come on there. So I had a question in relation to linear parks. We don't support UDI's aspect of considering linear parks maybe being more of a sidewalk area, or we wouldn't support that from a parks perspective or an MDP perspective.
That's not something that the MDP is specific on, linear parks. I think we speak more, or the MDP speaks more to just ensuring that we get the right configuration, the right size, the right location of MR or parkland to ensure that our corporate priorities and services are met. But looking at the policies, I'm not aware of any specific policy that would discourage a linear park in the MDP.
We have a reference within the municipal development plan to the park standards, and that's where some of those details that UDI has brought up are contained. So the MDP will support the park standards and the implementation of the park standards. But there is a subsequent layer underneath that provides more direction regarding all of those details. So it's, to Katie's point, it's not specific within our actual MDP. Those are some of those details that we haven't gone into.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. I was just wondering in relation to the concerns raised by UDI in relation to that. So. Anyways, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm done.
Okay. Councillor Hughes, any questions of admin? Go ahead.
Thank you. So the feedback that we got from UDI, how much of it had you seen before?
They're very similar to comments we received on December 23rd, 2020.
So what was your rationale? Because there's a lot here. And I'm not really sure. I'm just trying to figure, like, there's a lot here that are quite different than what you are bringing forward. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around it because I think they have quite a few valid points. So when I look at the word ensure, I know you're like, it's a standard, but then also where does the exemption come in when you can't always meet that standard for various reasons? So how does having the word ensure or require allow some level of flexibility when it needs to happen?
With any policy that starts with the word ensure or require, there essentially is no flexibility. They are mandatory policies. And we work very closely with our legal team. So the draft MDP had gone through 3 legal reviews, and the lawyers were looking for the exact same thing in regards to how we or when we used ensure or require. So they shared those concerns, and basically our remaining ensure and require policies were essentially or legal didn't have any concerns with those, and they are essential to achieving the associated goal and principles within that chapter.
Okay, because like when I look at, like, I think of Lancaster, and so I'm very familiar with Home Park, and there are several streets where part of it doesn't have double sidewalks, you know, and or there will be situations where it just is not going to fit, and we're not allowing any flexibility with the word ensure. And that's where I think I share UDI's concerns, is just that they're trying to build an entire neighborhood, and I think they understand our general standards, as opposed to saying there's absolutely no flexibility when it comes into the word ensure. Specifically what I'm looking at right now is the 8.2.2, which is on page 674, about this. I feel when I read 8.2.2 that this is to state, require street networks be designed with high interconnectivity and small block sizes for new development and major redevelopment plans. This support blah, blah, blah. So what I hear there is grid, which we have gone through for 3 years now about how I don't want a grid. So I'm really not sure how you're supposed to build high interconnectivity and small block sizes that are not a grid. And then requiring it to be a small block size. There's no flexibility for Crescents or anything larger, because we have this requirement in there. So can you explain what that exactly is supposed to mean?
Sure. This policy supports the associated principle and goal. So it gets down to enabling and supporting other modes of transportation, specifically walking, cycling, and transit. So we don't specifically reference what a small block size is, but basically making development more walkable, and specifically as it relates to commercial blocks. So in particular along St. Albert Trail, we have mega blocks of private development. They're not walkable, they're not transit supportive. And even as a driver, navigating some of those areas can be quite stressful, because they're a little chaotic. There's not public streets kind of forming order. So this is basically policy direction that enables or supports greater walkability, transit use, and cycling across the city.
Okay, I'm looking at, like, not St. Albert Trail now. I'm looking at, you're building Jensen Lakes. And in some cases, the way it's going to work, it's going to require larger blocks between Crescents, for example. But this does not allow any of that flexibility for Crescents or for larger distances between the Crescents or the streets. Like, I feel like this is still saying grid in just different words. So is this not saying grid? Like, it says high connectivity with small block sizes. Sounds like a grid to me.
So there will be elements of grid within the new street network. I think we're anticipating some of that, but we've left it flexible so that it could incorporate. There are going to be parcels where you're going to need cul-de-sacs. There are parcels where it's more appropriate that there are crescents. What this enables administration to do is to request, when we're speaking with developers at the ASP level, say we don't maybe want a cul-de-sac that's 90 meters in length, and we can go back to the policy to explain why, because it would help achieve the goal. And I saw Dean pop on for 2 seconds, and I might put him on the hot seat as well, because I think this policy also aligns quite nicely with his existing TMP and the Complete Streets guidelines that are already incorporated within the city.
Sorry, yeah. So I was just going to make comment to that, to say that I think what has been happening in the past is, and kind of as we look to support alternative modes and look to maybe look at our planning and designing of our neighborhoods and our communities in a better way to support such modes, it'll be a hybrid. And I think it's been pretty clear that this administration has heard over the years that we are not a community that is necessarily looking for a strict, simplistic and like what may be conceived as a past kind of hard grid network. We're largely a curvilinear road. I mean, we had prescriptive principles in regards to, I believe, council principles in the past with it. And I think there is a hybrid system that can support the policies and principles projected and kind of desired in this MDP update, with a very usable, user-friendly, I should say, connected network that supports mobility throughout the city. So that's probably, I mean, that sounds like a very, maybe wrong place to say, political answer in regards to what I'm trying to suggest here. But it is really what the intents and purposes of the MDP is giving that description to suggest that through these kind of principles, that end result will be achieved.
And can I also add that the first draft that we saw that council had an opportunity to give input on had 2 draft policies that actually were trying to limit cul-de-sacs, and in a response to the grid conversation, those 2 draft policies were removed. So cul-de-sacs are not being limited. So I think our staff did hear the concerns about grid type development.
I guess I'm just concerned that we're not calling it a duck. We're just describing a duck instead and then making you build a duck. So I'm trying to have some reassurance that this 8.2.2 is just a duck that's not being called a duck. And that's because when we say that we're encouraging or whatever, that's not the words we're using here. We're using the words require. So if we're encouraging, then we should put the word encourage, but we're requiring it. And there's no mention of any other streets other than small block sizes. So I'm just not sure how I'm supposed to interpret that to mean that it includes something that's specifically not being written in there. So is this just a duck that's not being described as a duck, and we actually just have grid again described here? Because that's what I'm still seeing. I don't know if Dean's gone or not, but that's what it sounds like to me, is that we still have a grid here. Is that what I'm reading?
Again, I think the goal, as Dean mentioned before, is more of a hybrid system, and recognizing that our existing built form and our existing road network has a lot of curvilinear roads within it. But we are looking for more connectivity. We want more options for people to get in and out of neighborhoods. We'd like higher connectivity to reduce some of the issues that we're having within some of our already existing built neighborhoods. For example, Erin Ridge North, where we're ending up with traffic calming issues and challenges, and dumping of, I guess dumping is probably not the best word for it, traffic that's ending up on 1 or 2 roads that maybe at the original plan weren't anticipated to occur in that way. So by having a few more options, it does enable traffic to flow a little bit easier and a little less impactful on some key streets. And that is the intent. And that's why it's a require. That's the rationale that we have here in the city. So is it will it result in some areas being a bit more grid-like? I do think it will, but it will also give some transportation options and routing. Dean, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think that's a good statement. And I guess the one thing what I was trying to think of a way that maybe just to show it. So if you don't mind, if you bear with me, I did find just very quick kind of graphic to show the variance of what it could look like. This isn't defining anything that has necessarily, but as you can see, like on the left hand side of the screen is almost what may exist in today, kind of it lines in with the curvilinear roads of St. Albert, what exists in kind of a very non-grid system. And then we have the extreme of like a more typical standard grid system. And for reference, maybe, and this is what, again, I'm hesitant to say, well, this is what you'll expect, and this is what the MDP is saying. That's definitely not what I'm suggesting specifically to this comment, but to show that it can be achieved in industry with a hybrid kind of the two that aligns with, I think, perhaps addressing some of the concerns what you may be sharing, Councillor Hughes, and ultimately providing the flexibility and the opportunities and improvements of our network, what the MDP is looking to achieve. I'm hoping that graphic may have just helped to suggest that the options are out there. And, we have a great development community that will utilize this MDP as a tool and an option to, support such community development.
If it was changed from required to encourage, would that require going back to the CRB? No?
I don't believe so. We could double check with the region.
Okay. The other one, section 14.4.3, let me just go to that page, which is 728. So when it says encourage transition to trail corridor areas from vehicle-oriented to transit-oriented development, I don't know what that means. Does that mean that we're not going to allow parking? Like, what does that mean?
No, I think it's just overall encouraging, like, for example, single-story buildings surrounded by surface parking lot to over time be redeveloped into higher density mixed use development that is supportive of the long-term transit plans for St. Albert Trail.
Okay, and the other concern that the media had about 14.4.6 about the intensification along the LRT. And so when I read this, when we say encourage, if it doesn't happen, that's still okay, right? Because I mean, their point about intensifying after it happens, I think is a very valid point, not before. We don't know when the LRT is actually going to come and when someone's going to give us $1 billion to pay for it. So like asking the development industry to put in high density 2, 3, 4, 5 decades before the actual LRT comes, and I think would be unfair as a requirement. So the words encourage there mean that they don't have to do this right now, right? Like if someone wanted to build something along that rapid corridor, they're not forced into transit oriented or high density forms, right?
Yes, this policy is essentially encouraging transit-oriented development within the 500 meters of planned stations. And we use the term rapid transit. So this could also apply to bus rapid transit in the interim prior to LRT.
Okay. And okay, so Mayor Heron, I have a couple of questions. So if we want to put forth some amendments, I can just email them in right away, right? That would be fair? Or, because the question I guess I have is, if we email them in, do we want to wait till there's backgrounders, or are we just going to debate them all tonight?
If there's significant numbers of amendments, we can adjourn instead of closing the public hearing and bring it back another day. I've already, this morning asked David to kind of give me an indication if these amendments are easy and we could still proceed tonight, or if they're requiring a little bit more background. And one change, as was alluded tonight, could actually uproot all the principles ahead of it, whether it's the 70-30 split or et cetera, or the priority growth directions. Those kind of things could change based on amendments. So we would have to adjourn and come back. And then the worst possible case is that we would have to maybe even need to send it back to the EMRB. So let's be very thoughtful on any amendments, because if the required changes can be adjusted in the land use bylaw and the transportation master plan, park standards, et cetera, that's the appropriate place. So, but obviously entertain. I think it's 7. I've got questions. Ray's got questions. Sheena, why don't we finish up your questions, and then why don't we take a 10-minute stretch and just.
I'm done right now. I'm just trying to think of which ones that, and I obviously also, before we put for any amendments, I think we should just ask admin if it will trigger an EMRB.
I would direct all of council to look at the very detailed responses. So BLAS, UDI, all sent in responses. And as Sue said, most of them were just and some weren't. But the ones that weren't, the rationale has already been given by administration. So many of your questions, the answers are actually in the agenda package. So if you want to just have a quick peruse through that in the 10 minutes, it might help answer some of your questions. There's a lot of pages on it. So it was.
No, I don't have any more questions right now. I'm good.
Okay.
Just amendments. Thanks.
Ray, can we take a break before we get to your questions? Okay, let's just seriously just stretch our legs and get some blood flowing to our brains. It's 7 o'clock. We'll come back at 7:10.
David, you're not muted.
sitting down?
Kathy, I have to switch over to a different computer because my iPad is dying even when it's plugged in. So I'm going to try to, I'm connecting in and I need you to let me into the meeting so I can get out of this one.
All right, Sheena.
Thank you.
All right, we're back, guys. I was just talking to Mr. Scoble because I have a feeling we're going to be running a bit late today. If you are all okay with this, I'm going to ask your permission to take 17.1 or not, we'll postpone it to the April 6th meeting, all of these. The business incubation supports. Mr. Scoble would like to get 17.2 dealt with tonight. We can delay 17.3, the human resources annual report. 17.4 is the CAO performance evaluation. We actually have to have that done before the end of March. But last year, Mr. Scoble sent a notice that he was waiving that. And so he said he would do that again, and we can put it on April 6th. And we could probably postpone the 2 in-camera dialogues, correct? Okay, so we might not be here as late as you had originally hoped. So we're going to we're going to do withdrawing from the school site allocation, because if we do this, that has to be done today, has to be done before April 1st. And we're going to do the corporate business plan matter, 17.2, just those 2 things. Okay. All right. Councillor Hughes back yet? Not yet, but, oh yeah, I see her. Maybe that's her iPad.
I'm on the iPad. I'm just waiting for you to say I can come in.
Okay, you can hear us. All
Okay,
right.
there I am. Okay, great. I'll unplug this one and get out. Thanks.
Okay, now I lost her. There, okay, there she is. Okay. We're back to questions to administration, and Councillor Watkins, you're up next.
Okay, just a question. So staff's response to UDI's letter is nothing. Do nothing to any of the comments that are provided. Is that correct?
I think it's
No amendments as a result of the letter? That's what staff is proposing?
Based on the comments received this morning?
Yes.
Yes, that's our position is we don't support the proposed changes.
Okay, and then also based on Bless's presentation, is administration proposing no amendments to the plan as a result of what Bless has proposed?
That's correct.
Okay, and then could somebody define what a short block is for me?
I think based on best practice, typically nothing beyond 150 meters.
Do we have an engineering standard that talks about maximum length of cul-de-sacs and minimum lengths of cul-de-sacs?
We do, yes.
We do, okay.
Yeah, I to be fair though, I don't know, I don't have those exact standards. Dean may know those.
Yeah, my apologies. I don't have the exact measurement at hand. Yeah, and I'd be cautious to throw out a distance without.
You had a cul-de-sac with like 10 lots on it. You'd require a sidewalk, or you're saying that you'd require a sidewalk around both sides of that? So it would come into like a 6-lot cul-de-sac, go around both sides and come out?
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, the philosophical approach would be
because I mean, it's more like an engineering standard going in here when and asking for sidewalks both sides, depending on the situation. It seems like we're asking for connectivity by roadway, which is kind of totally productive to the environment that we live in. we're mostly asking for connectivity by walkways. And we're saying the reason why we need these short blocks is because we need more connectivity by roadway. So it's actually building more roads, which makes our neighborhoods more expensive. And then also building sidewalks on both sides of our streets also make our neighborhoods more expensive and makes lots more expensive to develop. There's also snow clearing of all those and all the issues that go along with those. I'm just wondering why we went into all that detail in the MDP.
I can start with the response. With MDPs, they can be either very, very high level aspirational, or they can be very prescriptive. We've tried to land somewhere in between. Comes back to that balance. And it's quite difficult landing somewhere in between, where you want to provide flexibility. We also want to provide direction that will ensure that the goals and principles are ultimately achieved. And one thing we heard time and time again through our engagement was the word fractured. So many people said to us, St. Albert is fractured, and not socially, but physically. Like, there's a physical disconnect across the city, and it's difficult to move around the city by bike or by walking generally. So since we did get into some level of detail regarding street network and the provision of walking opportunities, whether that's through a multi-use path or a sidewalk, in response to the comments we heard from our community. Perhaps Christina or someone else from my team might want to comment a bit further on that.
I'll just add an aside as well regarding the short blocks and the connectivity. To your point, Councillor Watkins, it's not just about my example was about traffic flow, but it enables walkability, and it means then that people can walk on the sidewalks in their neighborhood without having to go to a bespoke trail to get to other places. It provides not just options for the car, but also the pedestrian and cyclist.
Well, I think that's where the industry has a concern, because there is no definition of short block. And when somebody comes in and has a plan, has a design, and the city says, well, we don't like it because there's not enough short blocks, then the question is, well, what is a short block? And then the city is getting in a position where they're doing subdivision design, and that's really the purview of the developer, in my opinion. So I'm kind of very concerned about some of the descriptive things in here, and I'm kind of also very concerned about the lack of response to some of the comments that they're made by UDI, because I think they're very, very, very much warranted. And we have to realize that these are the people who are using the document on a regular basis. It's not the citizens on average, it's the development industry.
I think Councillor Watkins, just to defend our staff a little bit, there was a lot of suggested changes by the UDI, and I think the majority, as Sue pointed out, were accepted and incorporated into the MDP. These X numbers, I don't know how many there are, 10, 12, whatever, are the ones that are just remaining that weren't accepted. What did Katie call them? A hard whatever. And they
I understand that. I understand the ones that weren't accepted, and I'm not trying to
and the rationale is there.
I'm just trying to say that I think they're important things that should have been looked at.
And that's why Sue's coming to us today. And Sue, you just threw up your hand.
I just wanted to reiterate what you said, Kathy. We did make a lot of comments that were either accepted, or if they were disagreed with and provided a rationale that made sense to us, then we've let those ones go. The ones on this list were the ones that didn't get a response. Like, we got a letter back and there was a written response to some of our comments, and some just didn't have a response. And so these are the ones that we still don't really understand why they're not being incorporated. But yes, we did get a lot of engagement back and forth on most of our comments. That's true.
And we're going to try to clear up some of them that might not even need amendments tonight. So any more questions, Councillor Watkins? Okay. Katie, can you maybe bring up the urban structure and general land use map on the screen? Are you the best person asked to do that one? It's page 25 of the plan, or 649 of our package.
Sure, I can pull up the MDP document and go to that page.
Thank you.
try that again.
Page 25. 25 of the MDP, but if you go in your agenda package, go to 649, the map that you had mentioned earlier. Okay.
It's not popping up, is it?
No, we're seeing 14.1. Maybe you have to go to it.
Katie, I have it if you would like.
Sure, yeah, if you have it available, Christina, that'd be great.
I can do it too, maybe.
I don't know why my PDF's not opening up. Sorry about that.
Can you all see it?
Yay, yes, this is the sad thing that we're not actually all together in chambers, because I'm going to point to something that you won't be able to see. I just realized that. Okay, yeah, that's cute. That's the cutest dog ever.
Oh, sorry, I moved my screen. Did that work?
Yeah, that's good.
Trying to still see everyone at the same time. I apologize about that.
I don't know if this is for you, Christina or Katie. Council in chambers, you can see I'm pointing to 3 dots. There's 3 black stars on the map that have. Oh, so I've got a different document. Okay, it's major recreation centers. Okay, the document I'm looking at is the proposed MDP with the second, with the amendments that you're proposing incorporated. It doesn't have that legend. I know, I'm on page 25 of the MDP and there's no legend.
Yes, so it's the same, it's the same map. I guess I will move back to page 25. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So, okay, I just want to know what those dots were, and I kind of figured they were major recreation, although you have Fountain Park and not Jerome McGinley and Aikinsdale identified, but that's really probably inconsequential. Now I need to see it again, so I could.
I'm almost there. Yes, the legend for this map is actually, this is an explanation map. The actual map is map 3 in the back.
Okay, you can't see what I'm pointing on, so I'll try to describe it. Council, see right here? I'm pointing to the northwest corner of Lakeview Business District. You can see the rail line. In the old MDP, anything south of the rail line was also considered industrial and or employment, but now you've got it as residential. And I'm just wondering why that change was made, because it really kind of makes sense to have employment close to the rail line. That tiny little triangle has changed.
This little piece has changed.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if I have a specific answer for you regarding why that was changed and why it wasn't changed. Katie, do you have any insight?
No, and I think it goes back to the desire for this map to be conceptual, in that the exact limits of the employment lands or of any land use designation would be determined through subsequent planning exercises or planning studies.
Okay, so because that leads to my next question that Bless brought up, was the purple blob below Meadowview Drive. I honestly completely agree with him that this should be considered not employment, because it doesn't make sense to have a tiny strip of employment south of Meadowview Drive when Lakeview Business District and all its accesses and servicing will be north of Meadowview Drive. So honestly, I don't really want to be doing big amendments tonight to just change colors on a map, but both Councillor Hanson and I have, and maybe others have, concerns that just because we don't own it and just because it's developable doesn't mean we shouldn't try to protect it at a high level in the MDP. So
those lands, they're currently residential in our MDP.
In the current MDP, it's yeah. So it was very, very clearly delineated in the current MDP, but it's not. It's more of a blob here, a blob that I think should extend north to the railroad tracks and not south of Meadowview Drive, because these Adrian, you were trying to get my attention?
I was going to speak to the lands south of Meadowview, north of the floodplain, and south of Meadowview. So I don't know if you want to jump back to that one for a second. So there's been a lot of discussion about whether you put land uses south of Meadowview or not. If you bring servicing up Meadowview, then your servicing costs are significantly higher on a lot basis if you only develop on the north side of the road. And so that was at least part of the discussion. There is a delineated floodplain, which the purple is on the north side of that floodplain. And we've also had a lot of talks about whether, I guess, yeah, you could do a recreational or some sort of park space, and that means obtaining those lands for a fee or through MR designation. But if you don't do that, then you have to discuss, what is the impact if you're talking about residential development that's occupying 40% of every lot versus some potential eco-industrial that may be able to, I guess, give some sort of design considerations to the environment adjacent. Those are all discussions that we did have.
So we're currently working on an area structure plan for Lakeview, and there'll be MR dedication for the entire land. Can council at that time, or can we do it in a motion, not today, but just to ensure that any MR dedication in Lakeview is maybe put on that south piece of the land?
South of Meadowview and north of the floodplain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if at the end of the day, we still have to do a concept plan and everything like that and bring that back to council for approval through the ASP. So if that's the direction, then that is the direction, and we can work towards those ends.
Okay. And I was looking at your responses to Bless. They talked about two pieces just north of the current 137th that are west of Ray Gibbon. One of them is owned by the province. And so if the province was to move forward with the rest of their plans for Lois Hole Provincial Park, they would require an MDP amendment to change that from employment to open park space. Is that correct?
So I'll let Katie expand on that a little bit more, but there are regulations that the province has. The province can continue on with plans that don't comply with, that aren't subject to our municipal development plan, because it's a higher order of government. So at a high level, they would not need to amend, but I'll let Katie answer the rest of it.
I was just going to confirm the parcels in question that are owned by the province. So they're not technically part of Lois Hole Provincial Park. So the limits of Lois Hole Provincial Park are identified through an order of council by the province. And yes, the lands were acquired by the province in 2014, but that order of council hasn't been amended yet to bring those lands within the limits of Lois Hole Provincial Park to date. Something that we're going to look for, wait and see for. But until that time, we are most comfortable with the employment land designation on those lands as they are developable and they are outside the floodline.
Okay, and I agree. It actually, your response to them said, this designation will not preclude any future park development work should the province proceed with park expansion plans. So it could still happen.
Yeah.
Can I move over to the UDI letter now? Just, I'm going to skip over the low impact design. The biggest one for me was section 13.1.6. There was concern that the target of a 70-30 split for tax assessment would be the expectation of each area structure plan. And I said to Sue, I'm almost sure that's not true, but I need to make sure that I'm right before I say that. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is a citywide objective or goal, and it's not too dissimilar to our current 80-20 split in city plan.
Okay. And then the other one that I was confused with when I read it was 14.6.9 and 14.6.10, location and medium density in multi-unit dwellings. Are they going to be required in each stage? Like, can you just define what you mean by phase and stage?
I guess stage would be the specific subdivision. We see a phase as being numerous stages, and something that we would define or get into at the ASP level. The intent of this policy was really to ensure we had a mix of housing built as neighborhoods are developed, because what we have been seeing is the deferral of higher density housing product being pushed, I guess, to later stages of an ultimate neighborhood build outs. We were trying to ensure a mix of housing types kind of early and throughout the development of an entire neighborhood. And the specifics as to what would in a phase would be determined at the area structure plan level.
Okay, but yeah, I'm still a little bit confused, and I just want to give some assurance to UDI that the phasing, whether it's a stage or a phases multi-stage development, goes in an orderly pattern, because there's concern that you would require a leapfrog over to the multifamily just because they'd done a bunch of single family in the first phase. So how do we assure UDI that we're not going to force them to leapfrog across their lands just to get the multifamily requirements satisfied?
So we have other policies within Flourish that speak to leapfrogging, so that would be part of it. We did talk about this one quite a lot internally and with UDI. I guess it is about the terminology of staging versus phasing. I guess our concern with using staging is what we refer to in subdivision. And so we end up with a lot of stages in subdivision, and that wasn't the intent, to have every stage of subdivision to have a variety or different types of product, because subdivision stages could have, you know, anywhere from 10 lots to 100. So we wanted to try to keep the terminology a little bit different. I don't know if we've hit the mark, but that was the intent, and that's the rationale for us using phasing versus staging. Phasing is what you see in referred to a lot within area structure plans, and so that's where we'll be talking about the stages of development.
So Christina, would this be a conversation you would have with an area structure plan submission on the order that the land would be built out? Because I do believe that the development industry builds based on market, right? And the market.
They do, but it is in response to their area structure plan. So in their area structure plan, they do have different phases, and it talks about that within the MGA as well. So our intent has always been to use the ASP to help inform where we would put these products and when the school development would be required. That's where we would see those exact details, and we would have those conversations with the development industry.
Okay. And this is not a question, it's just more of a comment to Sue. Your comment about getting the school built when around 30% of the neighborhood is built, you hit it, you knew exactly what we were talking about and why this is in here, and it's going to be really hard for us to back away from that, because past experience has been confrontational and divisive and not good for our community. And honestly, the way it was done in Judson Lakes was perfect. It was about 30% of the community, and we have 2 schools there, so I'm gonna have a hard time changing my mind on that one. Anyway, that's all I had, I think, with questions. And I see no more buttons poked. Okay, don't start. Councillor Hughes, more questions before I go a little bit further? Go ahead.
I'm using a different screen, so I'm just not familiar. I had a question for Ms. Keating, actually. Just, I know we're doing admin, so are we just going to go back and forth real quick on this? Because I'd love to have this come to a close, just because I'm tired. Can I ask Susan a question for clarification? Yep. Okay, so Susan, the 16.9, 14.6.9 and 14.6.10, what we've just been discussing. Can you just again, can you just explain just one more time specifically what the issue is with those two areas?
Yeah, so this is the same one that Kathy was just talking about, right? About
yes.
The state.
Yes.
Okay. So the high density requirements, or the density requirements, are already prescribed in a number of other ways. So we're already bound by a number of rules that are in place. And so this isn't to argue any of that. It's just that the placement of high densities, similar to schools, similar to commercial, it's partly driven by the market, but it's partly driven by how the community kind of develops out and where the infrastructure is at. And maybe you don't want the high density yet if the school's not there, or the other way around, or, you know, and so just saying every phase has to have have this high density or multi-unit dwelling. We're not trying to shy away from the fact that the neighborhood needs to have the correct number of high density units. It's just the requirement to have them in each phase. And so like often they'll be, you know, somewhat clustered in a certain area in a community, as it would make sense to transit and traffic flow and schools and commercial. And then, you know, that would maybe be where you'd want to see more higher density. And so I just sort of see this as an exercise in, like, when you prepare an area structure plan, drawing a bunch of weird lines all over the map, trying to like include like an extra site over here and then make another funny line to bring it around to include another high density site. And it's a bit silly. And so I would just like to take out the reference to phases and encourage, you know, the mixed use and the, I don't exactly know how they're phrased because I just have my letter in front of me here, but
so would you like to have them removed altogether, or because I'm looking at, here's what it says: require each phase of residential development in new neighborhoods to include a mix of low and medium density housing forms in accordance with the housing diversity objectives and minimum unit requirements of the applicable area structure plan. So is the whole thing an issue in your opinion? No. Or is it just, do you want to say encourage instead of require?
Yeah, I think it's just the word phase is really vague and confusing. And so I think that's kind of where our hang up is with that word. If there is a commitment to using the word phrase, or if that's kind of a non-starter, then maybe we could look to something about encouraging as opposed to making it so prescriptive.
So what if we were to remove, I'm sorry, I'm negotiating here, but I'm trying to figure out what's going to work with the development community. Is the word, so if it was to go require residential development in your neighborhoods to include and remove the words phase, would that be, it's the word phase, it's the problem for both of these, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was it. Thank you for that. I think that's all my questions right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Can it not be within the ASP as opposed to within a phase?
Is that a question for administration?
Yeah. Isn't that much easier to just have it? You'll have a variety of housing types within every area structure plan than within every phase, because then it's easier to administer to by area structure plan, because when you approve the area structure plan, you're going to get this mix of housing all over the place, and then you kind of just go on that basis. It's not based on phase.
Adrian, you want to take a stab at that?
I guess I can, Mayor. So again, if that's council's wish, that's council's wish. I think the intent here is that you're trying to accommodate some level of different product build out over time, rather than what we have seen with some developments in the past is some of the stuff maybe it could be based solely on market conditions, but some of the product doesn't get built until the very end, and so you end up with a more homogeneous neighborhood until there's no ability but to build the last sites.
Any more questions, Councillor Watkins?
No, I think that's it. I think, you know, no matter where you put it, it's not going to get built unless there's a market. So you can shove all the multi you want all over the place, and there's no market for it, it's not going to get built. People are going to build what there's a market for. So if there's a market for single family and small lot, they're going to build that, and they're going to sit on the multi-site until there's a market for it. So by trying to social engineer and say that you got to have it in every phase isn't going to make it built. It's just going to make a vacant site sitting somewhere.
Okay, I see no more questions. We do have at least 3 amendments that Mr. LaFleur has let us know that we could probably proceed with tonight. But that's, Mr. LaFleur thinks that these will not require going to EMRB, which is great. Oh, Sheena has more. Okay. She's got 2 more, so that's 5 amendments. I want to be fully confident from Katie and her team that these amendments don't change a bigger piece of the direction that that Flourish is trying to achieve. So I don't know if have you been copied on the amendments, Katie?
I don't believe so, but I'll double check.
No, but I can forward them to her. I'm sorry, I sent them to Ledge Services. But
I forwarded the first set, but not the second. They just came in seconds ago. So,
They just came in for discussion.
Yeah, fair enough. If you could forward those second set of amendments from you, that would be really good.
I'll do it right now for you. Okay.
Right, because my thought is I need to close the public hearing before we can entertain amendments. I don't want to close the public hearing if that's going to cause a problem. So Christina, Jesse, Katie, and Adrian, whoever's been planning, can you please have a quick look at them? Make sure that if those amendments were to pass, that there's not a substantial change to the overall direction of Flourish. And if you're confident that they're minor, then I will ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor?
Yep.
Would it be possible to take three or 5 minutes to look at these?
Whatever you need. You guys can do a little breakout room and confer if you want to. It's up to you guys. But it's 7:45. Is 5 minutes enough, Adrian?
Katie, you think that's enough? Yeah, sure.
Okay. 5 more minutes.
Administrator, are you going to put them in a breakout room? Hello? Cheryl, Renee, who's ever running the meeting, are they going to go into a breakout room?
We'll get that done, David.
Okay, so if you do, please put me in that one as well.
She wants to support an amendment that the color on the map. Oh, yeah. No. He doesn't want to adjourn it because it'll just open up a whole bunch more registered speakers the next. Yeah. Yeah, you want to close it?
Just FYI, we can hear people in chambers.
No, we're debating close versus adjourn.
Okay.
Did they go in a breakout room? Yeah. Did they? That's so easy, isn't it? Are they back? Can you send them a message? Or you can just end the breakout room. Kill it. Close it.
Ray, I forwarded your amendment to Katie just because I saw she didn't get it yet, so I forwarded it to her on your behalf, okay?
We really need to get back at this. Can I send them a message? Seriously, can't the host just close the breakout room? Tell them we're starting. There they are. Hi, guys. Welcome back. Okay. So I'll go back to my original question, and I don't know who's your spokesperson from the breakout room, but okay, Adrian. Any of the proposed amendments, and there was one more that Ray sent in. Oh,
Yeah.
God, now I'm losing track.
Yes,
And-
Mayor. So,
And one more from Councillor Hanson.
so based on the number of amendments that we're seeing coming in, we would recommend that the public hearing be adjourned until Planning and Development has had time to report on the impacts of the proposed amendments. And I guess one of the things that we're concerned about is we may need to go back to the public if some of these amendments may materially impact the municipal development plan and what was last provided to the public. So we just want to have some time to digest what is being discussed and really give you a better answer.
Okay, so it looks like it's adjournment, not closing. But before I actually say adjourn and not closing, I'm going to look at the councillors that have put forward these amendments and see if that is actually what you want to do. Or do you want to move forward tonight without the amendments? Councillor Hughes, I'll start with you.
I'm bringing forward the amendments one way or another. We can do it now or we can do it later, and I have no problem with either one.
Okay. Councillor Watkins and Councillor Hanson.
I think it's only fair to give staff a chance to respond if they want a couple of weeks or whatever. Then it's not going to make any difference.
Okay. I don't need a motion to adjourn, do I, David? I just declare adjournment?
Still going to vote the same way. But
Well, in this case, yeah, a motion would be better because as Adrian has said, we want the adjournment to be tied in with planning's review of the proposed amendments and assessment of how they impact the overall plan and whether additional public consultation may be warranted. All of that should be built into the motion.
Okay, and I would assume adjourn to a certain date. So we
Well,
can-
I don't think you can do that until they gotten their teeth into it. You don't know for sure. They could do it in 2 days. They could need 2 months. I mean, I think it's probably somewhere between those two extremes, but to pick a
I know, I was
date.
thinking more for the public's knowledge when the public hearing. So I'm looking at the calendar.
We would advertise, when it's coming back, but in any event, you don't.
Advertise?
Yeah, well, yeah, when I say advertise, I don't mean in the sense of a section 606, twice a week in two different, once per week and two. We would just make sure to publicize in the Gazette and on the website when this is coming back. You don't need, we've already done the statutory advertising. What I'm talking about is advertising to be informative to the public.
Adrian, I'm not going to say April 6th, but do you think you could be ready by April 19th?
I would assume that we could have responses no later than the 19th.
That works? Okay. I'm going to get a motion too, but did you have a question, Councillor Broadhead? I saw your finger. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're going to adjourn tonight and we will get an administrative backgrounder on the proposed amendments and the letter that was submitted by UDI this morning. Is that correct?
Just the amendments. Most of the amendments were born out of that letter. Or do you want on everyone?
Well, if we're gonna do a review, I wouldn't mind hearing their response on the whole enchilada, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor.
Are most of those responses just me to find them and pull them out of the package? Katie, probably, or Adrian?
Yeah, any written comment we had received to date, excluding the ones that came in as part of the public hearing, they have a written response from the project team within that engagement summary. So we didn't always agree with the changes, but a response was always has been provided.
There's also, by my count, 6 council proposed amendments that came up tonight that were completely new to planning. I would think you'd want to respond to all of them, a response to all of them.
I know, I think all of the proposed council motions, all but one came out of the UDI letter and one came out of the blast presentation.
Yep, correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. You good? Okay. So we just need backgrounders on the proposed amendments. Those are the ones that council thought worth pulling forward, and we'll get a background. All right. Do we have a draft motion to adjourn?
So if you're going to adjourn to a specific date, giving ample time, which I think is your intention to adjourn to April 19th, then that can be very simple, that the public hearing be adjourned to April 19th.
Okay, all right.
Simple as that.
All right. Okay, Councillor Watkins said he would make a motion that says
I'll
we
move.
adjourn the public hearing on bylaw 20/2020 to April 19th.
I move that we adjourn the public hearing for bylaw 20-2021 to April 19th. Is that what you said?
Yeah, April 19th. Is it bylaw 2020?
Oh, yeah, sorry. At the public hearing
2020.
on bylaw 20-2020 be adjourned to April 19th, 2021.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. All right. I'm going to call for a vote on that.
Mayor, I'm just going to say in favor. I can't figure where my voting button is on this new screen. I'm looking, but in favor, just so I don't hold everybody.
It's not under participants. Try the reactions tab. Yeah, okay. All right. I knew this would not be an easy meeting to chair. Agenda item 11 was emergent items. There was nothing. Agenda item 12, civic and external agencies council updates was approved on consent. Ray, I will ask you again. This is the 3rd month. Do you have a report that didn't get, is there a problem with submitting a written report?
No, I just have a whole problem with the whole thing because basically your report is just not in the format that everybody else's
totally
is,
isn't.
and it includes all sorts of other stuff. And then other people do half a month, and then some people do February, and some people do March. So I'm just really wondering what the point of this is. So I'm kind of boycotting it. I'll give you my answers, but I just, like, I mean, you're doing it a totally different way, including all sorts of stuff. And some people include other things. I'm totally lost on what the intent of this is for and what the purpose of it is now.
You know
Are we
what?
supposed to just be reporting on education, or what are we doing with this? So
You know what, Ray? I actually had some comments here. I said, there's no need to put meetings in your report that did not occur.
yeah,
No need to put updates in your report if the meeting was canceled. I don't care when the next meeting is. And
right. And I would like us all to be on the same
why don't
format.
we-
If you're on
why
a
don't
totally
we,
different format than us, is kind of.
Next time we have just a council dialogue in camera, why don't we figure this out? What's
Okay,
the
so
intent?
I'll tell you what I did. February 3rd, Youth Advisory Committee meeting. February 4th, Special Council meeting, re-COVID. February 5th, Black Film Watch Party. February 19th, Black History Month Film Watch, where I hosted an event. February 19th, we did the interviews for the Youth Advisory Committee. February 20th, took part in a diversity and politics panel that was sponsored by some people at the U of A. February 22nd and 23rd, Council Strategic Planning Retreat. February 25th, I attended the redistricting application for 2 Sir Winston Churchill Square Public Open House. February 26th, COVID-19 Recovery Task Force Special Council meeting, and February 27th, Taste of Africa, the virtual event.
Okay. Is there any information request, notice, motions, or announcements? Councillor Hanson read one in earlier. I don't think we have any that were submitted by email. Okay. Anything that anyone wants to move tonight or information requests? Seeing none. We are on council motions 13.1. Who's the deputy mayor? I can't even remember. You're not, right?
Councillor Broadhead is.
Councillor Broad. Lucky you. I'm gonna, I don't know what, I'm just so tired. I really don't want to do this, but it's our last opportunity to do it if we want to do it. So I'm going to pass you the chair, Councillor Broadhead. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Sorry,
Madam
Councillor.
Mayor. I have the chair.
All right, I will just read it in. Is that what you want me to do?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor.
There we go. That the 21-day advance notice period for notice of motion be waived in accordance with section 23.8 of the procedure bylaw 3/2018, and that my motion would be that the chief administrative officer be directed to give notice to the school site allocation committee of the city's intent to withdraw from the school site allocation agreement.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I accept your motion.
Oh, can we do questions?
Or
first?
questions?
Yeah. I did earlier ask for Ledge to have a motion to go in camera available if we wanted to actually have this conversation in camera. So if anyone would prefer to do it that way, we can. And you know, I don't even know if I'm going to move it yet. So yeah. Do you want to make that?
Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, can we, because there's some question about whether or not this is even going to proceed, can we go on camera and have a discussion? I just need the motion. I mean.
It's there now. It's in the chat now.
I can read it. I'm Zoom.
Can you go ahead, Natalie, if you're ready?
Sure. That council go in camera to discuss this matter pursuant to section 27(1)(a) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, information subject to solicitor client privilege.
Okay. Given that's a non-debatable motion, I'll call for the question. I guess you can debate, can't you? Anyway. And that's carried unanimously. We're now in camera. We'll give a few minutes. Mr. LaFleur, did I make a wrong statement? Is going in camera debatable or not?
It is actually a debatable motion.
It is debatable.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. My apologies to the rest of the council then. I should have opened it up for debate. Although I think we arrived at the same end.
Mayor Herron, I think you're the host now if you want to invite us into.
I'm just working on it. I don't have Adrian on my list. Oh, Adrian, I'm moving you